All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krsnici. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. I note that all the accused are present in court today except for Mr. Thaçi, who is appearing via video link. We will now continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04295. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. Mr. Roberts, we're all waiting with great anticipation to find out if you're asking questions or not.
Thank you, Your Honour. Me too. Having reflected overnight, I don't have any questions for this witness. Thank you.
Please be seated. Good morning, witness. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning.
Today we are going to continue your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. And if you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will attempt to clarify. Also, please try to remember to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait for 5 seconds before answering a question to allow the interpreters to catch up. And if you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and we will accommodate you. We begin now with questions from Mr. Ellis, who represents Mr. Krsnici in this case. He's to your far right. Please give him your attention.
Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
I have a small number of questions for you this morning, witness, so this won't take very long, but I'll try to be clear in what I'm asking you about. Now, during your interview with the prosecution, which has now been admitted at P1805.7, page 16, beginning at line 9, you were shown a communique by the prosecution, and you said, I wasn't following these communiques, but I would say that the truth, or was 100% the truth, could only be found on the last page of the newspapers, where people who had died are listed. As for the remaining pages, I personally did not believe in everything I read. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution in 2019?
Paul, yes, it is entirely correct.
And what you were saying there was that you did not believe what was written in communiques was true. Is that right?
No, I wasn't reading and following the communiques. However, the those who died, the information about them was 100% correct. I mean, the last pages of the newspapers had these names, and they were entirely correct. And that is what I was trying to explain.
Now, in your preparation session with the prosecution last week, you clarified some of your earlier evidence, and this is at paragraph 33 of preparation note 1. And you said that you do not know who was reading the communiques. And that's right, isn't it? Because you weren't following them.
It is right, yes.
Can I move on to something different, which is you were shown a passage from a book by Ilaz Kadoli by the prosecution yesterday, and I think you confirmed that you had not seen this book until the prosecution showed it to you. Is that right?
Paul? Yes, it is.
In a recent statement, the reference for which is 081717, part 1, page 7, line 12, Ilaz Kadoli was asked, the things you write about in the book are things that you witnessed yourself, or is it information you collected from other people? And he replied, in part these are things I witnessed myself. Most of the things are taken from the internet, the daily press, and other people. Were you aware when the prosecution showed you this book that the writer of it, Ilaz Kadoli, had said that most of the things are taken from the internet, the daily press, and from other people?
To be honest, I did not follow any such thing. It's the first time that I heard about them when I came here.
Thank you. And moving on again to a different topic, if I've understood your evidence correctly, 2 or 3 weeks after the incident in Optarusha, you left Kosovo for Albania. Is that correct?
Po.
Maybe there's more time afterwards. However, the fact remains that I did leave, yes.
And there you joined the KLA in Kalimash and you fought in the Battle of Koshare ultimately. That's right, isn't it?
Po.
Correct, yes.
A moment, Your Honour. Thank you, Your Honour. Those were my questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
None, Your Honor.
Judge Barton, no questions. Judge Metro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, witness.
Good morning.
On a few matters that you discussed yesterday with counsel, and I'll ask the registry to please bring up Exhibit P75. Just to refresh your memory, sir, do you recall being shown this document yesterday by the prosecutor, in particular a part containing allegations of collaborations pertaining to you, which you said were false? Do you recall that document?
Yes.
The registry, please take us to page U0019295. That would be 9295, please. Sorry, sir. We'll try to find the document from the fuller range. This would be U0019244 to U0019306.
And, Your Honors, this page is part of the admitted exhibit. If it assists Mr. Court Officer, it's page 49 of the 63-page PDF.
Thank you. Thank you to the registrar and to you, Mr. Halling. Witness, can you please have a look at the bottom right-hand corner of that page? Do you see your name there?
Yes, I do.
Maybe I should go first to the left-hand side of the page, to the top. You see there's an entry here of the 16th of July of 98. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it very well.
Situate ourselves in space that would be about 2 days before the attack on your village, correct?
What are we talking about?
By 1998 would be about 2 days before the attack on your village, is that correct?
Yes.
To the right, the bottom right corner of that page, please. In the English version, it refers to your village, Opterusha, and it lists 2 persons who should be interrogated. There's your name, you've confirmed, Haji Mazreku, a soldier, and then there's the name of a Nazir, Mazreku. Can you tell us who that person is, sir?
He's one of my cousins. He was chairman of the socialists in Opterouge. He worked as a labourer in agriculture and minded his own business, and his position was that the village should be protected by all means. And as a matter of fact, I put myself in a lot of peril vis-à-vis this person, because they wanted to take him away, and I told them that you have to take me away too for him. And the only reason they wanted to do that was only because he served as chairman of the socialists at the time. Are there any other questions?
I want to follow up on several things you just said. The first thing, when you said he was taken away, who tried to take him away?
Those who had joined that alleged KLA, and these were people from our village. And the allegation was that he was chairman of the Socialists because allegedly he was a collaborator, and he had absolutely nothing to do with that. He looked after the entire village, including Albanian Serbs, Roma, and so on and so forth. This was part of some propaganda and threats and intimidation. I was trying to prevent conflict and such feud. And in the process of doing this, they put me in the same category, and that is the entire truth.
That his position was to protect the village by all means. Do you mean that, like you, he was standing up also for his Serbian neighbors?
When I say to protect the village before the conflict, I do not call that a war but a conflict. There were issues in the village before the conflict, and he tried, as a matter of fact, to stabilize the situation, to prevent a situation whereby young boys would be surrendered to the police. So he was trying to iron out differences and put a lid on problems in the village. However, when war started, that which we are calling a war, that responsibility fell to me, and I tried to follow in his footsteps to establish law and order. As a KLA, we were against the Serbian regime, people in uniform, police and the military, but not civilians, the Serb civilians. Anything against women and children and other civilians should be prohibited. What I did during the war is a source of pride for all of us in front of the entire world. And each time there was an occasion of abuse, I intervened to put an end to it. I wanted to protect everyone, including through deploying money or weapons for that matter. And that led to a situation where my name was beginning to be bandied about as an undesirable. I am ready to submit myself before everyone, including yourselves, including any head of state or head of government, in order for the truth to come out.
The name of Nazir and Nazir, one of the names you saw on the list of 18 suspected collaborators that you saw sometimes before the attack on the village.
Yes.
And I understood you to say in your SPO interview that a gun had been taken away from Nazir, your cousin. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, you understood it very well. However, that happened later.
Took that gun away from him.
It was some people from Samadraja, allegedly KLA members. And when news reached me, I went all the way to look after the situation, but by then he had surrendered his handgun. And I said, return the weapon to him, and he said, no, just let it be, so the situation would not deteriorate, because as a matter of fact, I would have been able to retrieve the weapon for him, but we wanted to settle the situation. And he told me himself, he said, just stay away, Haji, because I have surrendered that weapon now.
Registry, please turn to page U0019286 in the same document. Sir, can you please look to the left-hand side of that document? There's an entry, if we can scroll up a bit, thank you. There's an entry of the 23rd of July of 1998. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says that those who prepared that document had a talk with representatives of the village of Brestovts on or about 23 July 1998, so that's about 5 days after the incidents in your village. First, I'll ask you to tell us whether you know any of these 6 people.
No, I don't know any of them. This Naid El Shami appears to be somebody who used to be in the LDK and who used to work in Rahovets before the war. That is just a name that means something to me. The others are entirely unknown. I used to have contacts with Nate, and it appears to be somebody that I would have seen in the past.
On that list, Rushdie Kabashi. Do you recall this name?
You are mentioning the village of Brestovts, aren't you? There is a Rushdie Kabashi in our village too. But I do not know a Rushdie Kabashi from Brestovts.
In that case, I'll move on from there. I want to ask you about your interrogation at the hand of Ilas Kadoli. Do you recall telling about it to the SPO?
Yes.
Stated that he introduced himself as a commander, but he did not tell you that he was a member of the intelligence and counterintelligence service. Is that right?
Yes.
Approximately when that interrogation took place?
I have difficulty giving the exact date or month, but I can tell you details about the event itself.
The content of it, but just trying to situate yourself in time. Was it before the attack on your village? Was it after? And if before and after, how long before or after would that have taken place?
It was after the attack.
To say. And again, in approximate terms.
2 weeks, a month, no more than that.
Well, sir, can you recall whether he was alone or was he accompanied by someone?
They took me to that kind of headquarters. There were other people present there too, but he was the one doing the speaking. There were guards, there were other people around.
Exactly was it? Can you tell us?
It was in Semetisht.
And that's an occasion from your SPO interview where Ilas Kadoli issued threats against you. Is that right?
Yes, entirely right.
And can you tell us what exactly he was threatening you for?
It was a question of about 30,000 Deutsche marks, which the KLA were requesting. I said that money belongs to the village to buy foodstuffs and armaments and so on for the village. And Kabashi insisted that money be handed over to them, and I refused to do that. I said that money has arrived to me and I'm responsible for administering them. They came and took me away and they said, you should give up the money, you have 24 hours. And they said, you either surrender the money here or something would happen to you. I said, you can execute me if you want, but I will not give up the money. And he said, you're either somebody who is fair or an idiot. And I said, you can call me whatever you want, but I will not give you the money. They gave me an ultimatum of 24 hours. I returned home, took the money, and I went and distributed them to every single house, and every single house which had received the money from overseas. There were some Kabashi family, but mostly were from the Mazarekos. I distributed all the money back to them. At the end of the war, however, every single one of them came and hugged me, and they said, "Thank you, Haji. The money you gave us enabled us to get back to Albania," and I was proud to have done that. However,
I want a clarification for the record, sir. I think it might have recorded the wrong name. These statements that were made to you and these threats, the record says Kabashi did it. Did you mean Kadoli? Was it a statement made by Ilas Kadoli?
Kabashi e ka dhezë në Pterush, domethënë thashë
Kabashi was the one who spread the rumors for me in Opterush. The others did not know who was Haji. So they thought that, threats would work against me, and I said I wouldn't. And I said there's absolutely no chance that I would succumb to that kind of threat.
Just what I want to be clear is the request that you should hand the money, the 30,000 Deutschmark, was this made by Kadoli or Kabashi?
Kabashi I ka kërkuar në
Kabashi sent his own people to demand that of me. He did not dare come to me in person. And then he instigated these other people, these kind of special policemen, and they came and arrested me and demanded the money to be given back to them. I told them, yes, I will come to you. I wasn't handcuffed or anything, but I just went there. He started threatening me, and I stood by my guns, and that's what happened.
Started threatening me? You mean Kadoli now?
për Kadolin.
Yes, Kadoli.
These threats that you received and the accompanied requests, did you report it to anyone within the KLA, or could you report it to anyone within the KLA at the time?
No, as a matter of fact, the more you complain, the more you'd be in danger. I used to tell my own uncle, and I told him every single thing. I informed him that should anything happen to me, this would come at the hands of so-and-so. And he used to say that you're putting yourself in a lot of danger, Haji, but and there is no resort, no ultimate resort for that.
My questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you. None, Your Honor.
No, thank you.
No, thank you, Your Honours. No, thank you.
I have one, Your Honour, if I may. Witness, I think transcript... Let me start again. At page 9 of our provisional transcript, His Honour Judge Matreau asks you about who took the weapon away from Nezir, and you responded it was some people from, and I apologise for how I pronounce it, Samadreksa. And my question, sir, is have I understood correctly that that's a village about 4 kilometres from Optarusa to the east?
I don't understand, I'm afraid.
I'm asking you about your answer, and I'll read it back from the transcript.
Right, that's correct.
Sorry, what's correct?
It's correct that it is 4 kilometers, 3 to 4 kilometers. That's where Samadraj is. So yes, I understand everything.
Thank you. I think it was my pronouncing the name badly that confused you, so I apologise for that. I think it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Witness, your testimony is now complete. You are released from any further obligation to the court. You may leave the courtroom. We thank you for being with us and sharing your information with us, and we wish you well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
We'll step aside for 15 minutes to bring in the next witness and to get ready for that, so we will be adjourned until 9:45.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Before we resume hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04758, there are some preliminary matters the panel would like to address. Namely, there will be 3 oral orders. The first oral order is brief. Pursuant to Rule 82, Paragraph 5, the panel reclassifies F02671, which is an in-court redaction order, currently classified as confidential, as public. Any translations of F02671 should also be reclassified as public. This concludes the panel's first oral order. The second oral order is second on 24 October 2024. The panel MFI'd a document with evidence number 123264 to 123267 as MFI P01765, pending a revised translation being provided. No other objections were raised to the document being admitted into evidence. In Disclosure 1467, the SPO disclosed a revised translation of this document. Therefore, unless there are any further objections from the parties and participants, the panel will admit the pages tendered by the SPO, namely pages 123265 to 123267. Any objection?
Your Honors, if I may. We have disclosed a further revised version in Disclosure Package 1473, which I was going to put on the record this morning. The ERN is 123264 to 123267 ET revised 1, and we would apply for these revised translation to be added to P1765, please, as well as to the presentation queue for witness 4758. Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
No objections are heard. The panel admits 123264 to 123267 ET revised 1 to P1765. 1765, is that correct? Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the evidentiary status of P01765 will be changed to admitted. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now the third, that concludes the panel's second oral order. So the third oral order, also on October 24th, 2024, the panel MFI'd another document with evidence reference number U008-1625 to U008-1625 as MFI V00008, which Victims' Counsel tendered for admission. The Thaçi and Thaçi defenses objected to the admission of this item. Having considered the parties' and participants' submissions, the panel is satisfied that the document is relevant. The panel agrees with Victims' Counsel submissions that it is relevant that a press release by an organization purporting to be the Information Directorate of the KLA published information about a victim allegedly detained at a crime site named in the indictment shortly after his alleged detention. Regarding authenticity, the panel is satisfied of the authenticity of the item. The item is dated, was originally published in Buiku, and bears all relevant markings of its origin. Regarding probative value, the panel recalls that it previously held in F01705, the third decision on the specialist prosecutor's bar table motion, that the item lacked prima facie probative value, as it was unclear from where the information in this item originated, and it required further contextualization by a witness. However, the panel notes that since the decision, the person named in the document has been identified as allegedly being a victim participating in the proceedings. W04758 confirmed in P01755.9 and in court on 24 October 2024 that a person with a similar name as the person mentioned in the document was detained by the KLA, and the panel has also heard evidence about the Information Directorate or the Directorate for Information from numerous witnesses, for example, W04752. The panel is satisfied that sufficient contextualization has been provided and is therefore satisfied with the prima facie probative value of the item. Lastly, the panel considers that no prejudice arises. The panel has been able to challenge the admission of MFI V0008 and to cross-examine W04758. Therefore, the panel finds that the MFI V00008 meets the requirements of Rule 138 and admits it into evidence. The document's MFI status should be vacated. This concludes the panel's third oral order. Now, the fourth issue is that the panel recalls that the Thaçi defense reserved its right to tender SPO E00227-422 to SPO E00227-423 should the panel admit V00008 into evidence. As the panel has admitted V000 into evidence, does the Thaçi defense intend to tender the document, the SPO document that I mentioned?
Mr. President, we will consider it, and if we wish to tender it, we'll get back to the panel.
Thank you. That concludes all the oral orders for this morning. We will now continue hearing the evidence of prosecution. Witness W04758. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. For the record, I didn't mention this earlier today. Mr. Misotic is appearing via video link today. We hope you're able to hear and see adequately.
I am. Thank you, Mr. President.
He needs earphones. Good morning, witness. Welcome back. Today we're going to continue your testimony, and we hope very much to complete it, as I'm sure you do too. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth, as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Also, please remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. And if you feel the need to take a break, please make an indication and we will try to accommodate you. We begin with the last questions, or the ending questions from the Krasniqi defense. Madam Alakindra, you have the floor. You have 15 minutes remaining on your time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Vichy. I'd like to now just clarify some things that were asked of you in your responses to the prosecution.
Good morning.
This is, if I could have paragraph 60 of Prep Note 2 on the screen, please.
I would appreciate if you can get a reference.
The ERN reference is 123228 to 123253, please. Paragraph 60, please. I think it, yeah. We'll leave it there for now, and then we'll have to scroll down a little later. Thank you. Mr. Vichy, you recall being asked about an individual, Enver Sekiracha, during the preparation session with the prosecution?
Oh.
Yes.
The prosecution that you knew Enver Sekiracha as a problematic person from the 1990s. Do you recall that?
Oh.
I do, yes.
That he's currently in prison because of a criminal conviction. Do you also recall that?
Oh.
Yes.
By the person, Enver Sekiracha, that you're speaking about with the prosecution. And if I could have on screen DJK 01037 ET. It's the same in English and Albanian, please. Right. Are you able to see the photograph in the Albanian version, Mr. Ibishi?
Yes. However, on my right hand side, I only see the translation in English, and on the left is in Albanian.
The photograph is in the original version. The right side is only a translation of the article for court's purposes. So I'd just like to identify, is that the person, Envis Sakuracha, that you were speaking about during the preparation session with the prosecution?
Yes. I spoke about him when I was asked by the prosecution.
Right. And you've said that he was in prison for a criminal conviction. Were you referring to this conviction of 25 years for the murder of police officer Triumph Frieza in 2007?
Yes.
And if we could have DJK 1040 ET on the screen, please. And the Albanian version is DJK 01038-239. The Albanian is DJK 01038-239, please. If you can scroll down a little bit, please. Thank you. Now, you've said that you believed Enver Sekiracha was currently in prison because of this criminal conviction at the time you spoke to the prosecution 2 weeks ago. Now, I just want to show you this article. Were you aware that there were news reports of him having escaped and being a fugitive at the time you spoke to the prosecution? This is an article from 17th May 2024.
Yes.
So you're aware that he has escaped and he's not currently in prison, yes?
To the information I have before coming here to testify, yes. I know that he's fled.
May 2024 and the period when you spoke to the prosecution for the preparation session, had he been arrested and detained again, to your knowledge?
To which year are you referring to? During the war? I did not quite understand your question.
Before, we have an article saying that he's escaped. And 2 weeks ago, when you spoke to the prosecution, you said you believed he was still in prison. So my question is, between May 2024 and when you spoke to the prosecution 2 weeks ago, had you heard that he had been arrested again and detained?
No, I haven't. To the information I have, I think that he's fled. He's a fugitive.
And if we could have DJK 01036 on the screen, please. In both languages, thank you. Right. Now, this is an article published in 2010 after the conviction in 2007, or at least for the 25-year imprisonment that's reported in the earlier article that I had shown you. And according to this article from the Irish Times, Enver Sikiracha was considered a main figure in organized crime in Kosovo who was living in Ireland and had been placed on the Interpol list of wanted persons. And according to this article, it says that he was sentenced to 36 years in prison. Right?
This is what this information says, but I cannot confirm whether he is the most wanted person. It's a matter of justice, but it is true that he's been on the list of wanted persons for avoiding justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibishi. Your Honor, I'd like to tender all three articles, please.
Before we decide on this, Ms. Alejandra, I want to be clear about the purpose or purposes of this question. Are you telling us that Enver Sekirica is a bad man and that therefore we should not believe anything he said about his detention and alleged mistreatment by the KLA? Is that the reason for these questions?
Your Honor, this articles will confirm that he has fled the jurisdiction.
No. I'm not asking you that, Ms. Alejandra. I'm asking you what's the relevance to us of that information. We've heard he was convicted. We've heard you've established it with the witness that is believed to flee. I'm asking you what you say, what use you expect us to make of that
Yes, it goes to the
information.
credibility of the individual as well, Your Honor.
So credibility of Mr. Sekirica.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I believe after the council has tendered the documents, we are asked for objections, and I would object. Okay.
I'd like to tender DJK 01037, both in English and Albanian. DJK 01040 ET, with the Albanian version DJK 01038 to 39, and DJK 01036, both English and Albanian, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I would object on the grounds of relevance. Counsel has discussed with the witness, explored with the witness credibility issues to the extent the witness was able to answer about those, and I don't see the relevance of having these press articles submitted on the record.
Panel will decide on the admission of this exhibit at the end or at a later time. Up until then, we will mark this for identification, all three of them, each one.
Your Honors, DJK 01037 to DJK 037, and its English translation will be marked for identification with 4D00093. DJK 01040 to DJK 01040, and its Albanian version, which is DJK 01038 to DJK 01039, will be marked for identification with 4D00094, and the DJK 01036 to DJK 01036, and its English translation will be marked for identification as 4D00095. I would just like to note that we don't have any indication of a classification for either of documents.
They can remain confidential at this time.
They're public news reports, Your Honor, so they could be public.
But we haven't admitted them. We'll leave them confidential for now.
Yes, Your Honors. Witness, I have a few additional questions. During cross-examination, defense counsel for Mr. Thaçi asked you about contacts between the lap zone and the general staff. Transcript page 21, 132 and following. In replying to a question about the frequency of those contacts, you said, I'm reading from transcript page 21132. We only had 2 visits during the war from the general staff in August and October. Now, witness, in your SPO interview, P1755.9 at page 3, you spoke about a 3rd visit of the general staff to the lap zone, which occurred at the time when 8 Serbian soldiers were arrested in the Shala zone. Do you recall that?
No, maybe it's a misunderstanding. I mentioned the incident of the arrest of the 8 Serbian soldiers, members of the Yugoslav People's Army. They visited the Shala zone, and during these visits, this incident was discussed. There is a coincidence between the visits of October, not August. There hasn't been a 3rd visit by the general staff to the lap zone. So in short, the incident of the arrest of Serbian soldiers by Shala operational zone members may have been discussed during the 2nd visit, but it is not related to a 3rd visit. So I believe I was misunderstood in my statement.
Verify that. Can we please call up P1755.9, and can we please have page 3 in both languages? It needs to be part 9, so P1755.9, part 9 of the SPO interview. I would please need page 3 in both languages. witness, I will read from the English. You can follow in the Albanian from lines 3 to 21. You have it also in Albanian. I will be reading from lines 8 and following of the English version. So in this part, the prosecutor put to you a part of the book by Skender Zitia referring to a general staff visit occurring after the offensive, after the December 1999 offensive. I'll read from line 8. I'm going to refer you to the military history by Skender Zitia, which refers to a general staff visit to the operational zone that he says took place after the Serbian offensive that took place from 24th, the offensive that took place from 24th to 27th December 1998, which was the Battle of La Pasticcia. Do you recall a visit by the General Staff? And your answer was approximately yes, I don't recall the details. Then the specific portions, as you can see from the rest of the page, are put to you, including a list of the participants to that visit. And then you were asked again whether you remember that visit. We are now at page 4 of the English and at page 3, lines 22 to 23 of the Albanian, so that you have the references on your screen. So then when that portion was put to you, then it was asked whether that was correct. And then this is page 3, line 5. You said, yes, I believe so. I now remember. Do you recall now? Is what I read accurate?
This relates to the time after the Battle of Gruka e Kaçanolit, which occurred between 15th and 18th September 1988. Representatives of the General Staff came to ZOLL in October, not in December, as it is described here, because there was no visit by General Staff at that time, as it is said here. In relation to the arrest of the soldiers, the exchange occurred much later. Perhaps when I said yes, I remember, I referred to the arrest of the 8 soldiers in the Shala operational zone, not to a third meeting with the General Staff. I want to be absolutely clear on this. There were 2 visits, one in August and one in October. There's no other visit. Maybe it's just a matter of misunderstanding during this interview between these 2 aspects, the aspect of the visits and the aspect of the arrest of the 8 soldiers. So, once again, there are 2 visits, one in August, one in October. And what is described here and discussed here happened much later. There is no third visit.
So this is according to your recollection. This is what you recall. You recall only 2 visits. Okay.
Yes, and this is what I said. This is what I stated. I do not remember, but I am certain that there were only 2 visits. There was no third visit.
Okay, that's clear on the record now. Then I'll move to a different area. Counsel for Mr. Thaçi asked you questions about the role of Adem Demaci, and you were also shown the document titled KLA General Staff, written by Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. This was at pages 21148 to 21150 of the transcript. Can I call up SPOE 00231037 to SPOE 00231128 and its translation, which has the same ERN with ET at the end. And first, if we can go to the cover page, to the first page.
Could we have the URN on the record again, please?
Yes, SPOE 00231037 to SPOE 00231128. And you should please call it up from the presentation queue, from the redirect presentation queue that was released yesterday afternoon. Witness, this is just the cover page. You can see it's a manuscript. You can see the title. This was seized from Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. I want to go to a specific page of this manuscript, SPOE 00231107 in both languages, please.
Your Honour, just for the record, this is an unpublished manuscript. My learned friend calls it a manuscript, but it's quite clear in the description in the legal workflow that it is unpublished.
Go ahead.
That's clear. Witness, I will read just some parts of this page. The parts that I'm going to read are about Adem Demaci's role. And to give you context and time frame, this refers to February 1999. So I'll read from the beginning of the page. If it can be scrolled down a little bit in the Albanian. Uncle Adem Demaci comes at that time to the general staff, and then I'll move to the middle of the paragraph. Uncle Adem did not have the general military and political reports, which we had, naturally because he was not a member of the KLA general staff. A bit further down, he said that he would take part in the general staff meeting, but he was not a member of the general staff and had not been invited by us, by those who had given him the job of leading the political office of the KLA in Pristina. And so this meeting with Uncle Adem ended, but in no way and at no time did we lose our respect for his irreplaceable contribution to the Albanian political movement, for his role in the KLA office in Pristina, and for his sincere and multidimensional involvement in the Kosovo political scene. Witness, first of all, do you purport to be knowledgeable about the specific composition of the KLA General Staff in 1998 and 1999?
I acquired knowledge during the structuring within the zones, the organigram and the organizational structure at a brigade level. I cannot speak with authority about the general staff because we did not have the organigram, the organizational structure of the general staff. As to the level of the operational zone and brigades, I am familiar with the structure, and with time things changed. And this, so to say, working material and this book or manuscript that is not published, I'm not trying to justify anything, but all I'm saying is that I cannot comment on something that has no ultimate form. This is just a manuscript, something that is not published.
Question about a completely different, meaning my question was completely different, and now you stray way outside of the scope of the question. I believe you answered the question, and that's sufficient for the record. I'll move to my follow-up question, which was, so in replying to the defense counsel for Mr. Thaçi, this was at page 150 of the transcript. You refer to Mr. Adem Demaci as a representative of the general staff in Pristina, correct?
That's correct.
Part that I've read from this page about Adem Demaci's role in Pristina, does that conform with your knowledge, with your understanding of Adem Demaci being a representative, to use your words, rather than a member or as part of the general staff, to use the council's word, in Pristina? Does what I read conform with your understanding of Adem Demaci's role as a representative rather than a member of the general staff in Pristina? And I just need a brief answer, if you can, please.
Based on what I knew, my understanding was that he was a spokesperson, the representative of the general staff in Pristina, and represented the interests of the Kosovo Liberation Army. And in my opinion, I think he was member of the general staff, Adem Demaci, that is.
Your Honor, I would ask that both the cover page and this page that I discussed with the witness, SPOE 00231107 in both English and Albanian, be added to P1091, which already contains excerpts from the same manuscript.
Any objection?
Your Honor, our position is that this is a draft publication. The witness has already said he doesn't know what is said there. He's not in a position to attest to it.
Thank you. Anybody else? No. SPOE 00231037 to 00231128 plus the translation will be admitted. It is relevant it is probative and it's authentic, sufficient under 138.1, paragraph 1.
Your Honor, if I may seek clarification, are we admitting the entire range or just the page that was, and the cover page that was called?
No,
Yes, it's only the cover page and the specific page.
Page is SPOE 00231107.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, I left that out.
That page will be added to P010191.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness, last question. You were asked during cross-examination at transcript page 21157 about your awareness, or rather lack of awareness, of any reports on collaborators having been provided to the general staff by the LAP zone. Since you spoke about this in your SPO interview, to which Defense Counsel was referring, which is part 7, page 14 of the SPO interview, that is P1755.7, I would like to read your full answer in which you give reasons for it. So what I'll be citing is from page 14, lines 17, 16 of the English, and page 11, lines 21 to 22 of the Albanian. In answering the question about information on reports on collaborators having been provided to the general staff, you said, I have no information about this because the zone commander was responsible for contacts with the general staff. Do you confirm that?
Yes. The only line of contact was for the commander of the zone to represent the zone or the sub-zone within the auspices of the General Staff, and that remains so.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, Mr. Ibishi.
Good morning.
The panel has a few more questions for you to clarify some points that are still not entirely clear to us. You understand that?
Yes, I'm listening.
Mr. Ibishi, you told us last week that you were appointed as commander of Brigade 151 in the LAP operational zone on the 18th of July 1998 by Rustem Mustafa, also known as Commander Remy. Is that right?
Yes.
So that was a few weeks after you had joined the KLA in June 1998, correct?
Yes.
And you further said your appointment was later confirmed or formally approved by the KLA General Staff in August 1998 during a visit of the General Staff in your operational zone, right?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. You also said it was Mr. Jakub Krasniqi who gave you the decision that made you commander of Brigade 151. That was in the presence of Commander Remy and his deputy Kadri Castrati, also known as Daja, correct?
Correct.
This can also be found in W04758's interview with the SPO in November 2019, P01755.1 at page 13. Mr. Ibishi, you further said in your interview with the SPO, and I'm referring here to P01755.1, again, page 13, that you believed Mr. Krasniqi, Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, had been the spokesperson of the KLA at the time, and that Mr. Krasniqi was accompanied by others, among them Hashim Thaçi and Recep Selimi. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Mr. Misetic from the Thaçi defense last week that you only knew that Mr. Thaçi was a member of the General Staff, correct?
That's what I thought at the time.
For the record, this can be found on page 21139 of the transcript. Mr. Bishi, my question for you is, how did you know that? How did you know that Mr. Thaçi was a member of the KLA General Staff?
We were told before going to that meeting where we were handed over the decision on the appointment, which was the occasion of the appointment of the Deputy Commander Kadir Castrati Daya and myself, and all the other authorities of Brigade 152. We were told beforehand that a visit of the this was happening during a visit of the General Staff. Of the people who came there, the only one that I knew, though, was Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, because of his media appearances, during which he promoted the Kosovo Liberation Army, and he was doing that in the capacity of spokesman. So, following his media experiences, I came to know him as a political figure.
Question is, or my next question is, who told you that? Who told you that before that meeting, that you were meeting with members of the General Staff, among them Mr. Thaçi?
We were organizing the organization, training the soldiers and so on and so forth, and we were told about it. I cannot recall exactly who said it, but somebody who extended the invitation. The zone command was in the vicinity, and in addition to those who I knew, Commander Remy and others, I was able to know Jakub Krasniqi only, and we were told that the others were from the General Staff, and that information came via that invitation for us to take part in that meeting.
And did you also know whether Mr. Selimi was a member of the General Staff? We were told that he was a member of the General Staff as well.
At the time, I thought that they were all members of the General Staff. I wouldn't be able to differentiate one or two. The only person that I knew, however, was Jakub Krasniqi.
I'm looking at page 37, line 8, and I believe there is an error in the transcription. It says, and we were told, but I'm told that the witness has said, I assumed that the others were from the General Staff.
Maybe I can ask the witness if he wants to correct the transcript. Were you told, or did you just assume that the others were members of the General Staff?
We were told that they were members of the General Staff, but I assumed from the presence of Jakub Krasniqi that the others would be members of the General Staff too.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Alejandra, for raising that point. Mr. Bishi, did you know what Mr. Recep Selimi's role or function was within the General Staff? Or whether he had a function?
I did not know it at the time. I came to understand it much later.
And what is your understanding, or was your understanding, of his role or function within the KLA General Staff in 1998? Or more precisely, when you met him in August 1998?
I'm trying to differentiate what I knew at the time, at that moment in time, and what I came to learn later. At the time, I had no knowledge of anyone apart from Jakub Krasniqi and Bislim Zurabi. In terms of their role, he was a chief of staff from a military point of view, and this is with reference to the second meeting, and again with reference to Bislim Zurabi. This is the October meeting, not the August one.
Not sure you understood my question. My question was, what is your understanding now? What was Mr. Recep Selimi's role in August 1998 when you met him?
I do not know. I did not know it.
Still don't know what his role or function was within the KLA General Staff in August 1998. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
I was able to understand later that he might have been, but this was much, much later. That he was chief of the inspectorate. And well, this was in this wasn't the first or second meeting. I came to understand that much later, so I just cannot say at this point. So I don't know whether he was appointed to that function as chief of the inspectorate in 1998 or later. I cannot specify the time. I came to understand much later that he was chief of the inspectorate, but I have difficulty placing that in time.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to a different topic now. Mr. Bishi, during your testimony last week, you mentioned several times the change of names of Brigades 151 and 152. I assume you remember that.
Yes, by all means, I was in there.
67 of Preparation Note 2, you told the prosecution, the SPO, in your preparation session, that it was sometime in November or December 1998 when the number or the names of the brigades were changed and Brigade 151 became Brigade 152. Is that right?
It's correct, yes.
Were you still a brigade commander at that time, or were you already appointed as chief of staff of the LAB operational zone when the names of the two brigades were changed?
It was possibly around that time because I was alongside Kadri Kasrati. I was playing that role. So the change in the nomination came as a result of the deployment on the front line, on the western side of the main road between Pristina and Merdara towards Serbia. The deployment resulted in the change of the numbers of the brigades. It was a change of numbers which did not result in the change of personnel. And the reason for it was simply centered on their deployment on the front line. Because the numbering system comes from left to right, that is why we changed the sequence of numbers. The sequence had to do with the deployment, nothing changing within the internal structure of the brigades. 151 Zahir Bayezidi was swapped with 152 Shabanshala. So this change is attributed solely to their deployment on the front line.
I'm not sure I fully understood your answer. My question was, were you still a brigade commander at the time, or were you already promoted? Were you already appointed as chief of staff of the zone?
I think there was a coincidence in time resulting in this change. And it was related to the positioning on the front line. It is that which explains the change in the numbering of the brigades.
Mr. Ebishi, who decided that the two brigades should swap their names?
The proposal came from the acting chief of operation, Kadri Kastrati Daya, and myself. We were both playing this role. I was chief of the operational as well. And we approached the zone commander, and with his agreement, we took the decision to change the name of the brigades.
You just said we took the decision to change the names. Was it the decision of Commander Remy, Kadri Kastrati, and yourself, or just a decision taken by the operational zone commander, Commander Remy?
The proposal came from Commander Daya, Kadri Kastrati, and myself as joint chiefs of the operations. And because of the structure on the ground, we submitted a proposal to Commander Remy for the names of the brigades to be swapped. And they took that decision, namely Commander Remy did.
Thank you. And was the KLA General Staff involved in this decision? Was the decision, for example, later confirmed or approved by the General Staff?
I have no such knowledge.
Did you, or are you aware of others who notified the KLA General Staff after the decision was taken?
I don't have such knowledge. It happened in exactly like it did the first time, from the time of the appointment of the zone commander. I had no direct contacts with the General Staff. In fact, I wasn't responsible for contacts with the General Staff. And so, as such, I have no knowledge on whether they had been notified about this change of name. I was de facto appointed as chief of staff, and I have no knowledge of the role played by the general staff in this regard.
You said earlier during your testimony in this courtroom that Commander Remy was in contact with the general staff. Would he be responsible for notifying or informing the general staff about the change of the names or the numbers of the brigades?
I think so. He should have notified the general staff about this change, but I have not had a formal order on this one, with the exception of the one that I received from the Zone Commander Remy.
Thank you. Mr. Bishi, before I come to my next question, could I ask the court officer to bring up exhibit P01765 for us on the screen, and please use the latest revised version which was admitted today, both in the Albanian and the English.
Okay, we'll take the half-hour break now because there's been some confusion on one of the... Be back at 25 after the hour. Witness, you can step out of the courtroom now. We'll take a half-hour break at this time. We're adjourned until 11:25.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Court Attendant, please bring the witness in. Witness, we continue now with questions from Judge Barta.
Thank you and welcome back, Mr. Bishi.
Thank you.
Now we have both versions of the document on the screen, and as you can see, Mr. Bishi, this document deals with the formation of a KLA brigade command, and it contains in the middle of the page, I hope you can see that, a reference to an intelligence and counterintelligence section. Can you see that?
Yes.
Did you have such an intelligence section within your brigade?
Yes.
As a court officer, can we please go to page 123266? Mr. Bishi, this chart deals with your brigade, Brigade 151, correct? Can you see that?
Yes, with the changes that occurred later in time. This organigram was produced after the war, and there were always changes when it came to the arrival of new personnel within the organizational structure. And in the footnote, there are some changes that occurred in time in relation to some issues that are mentioned at the bottom of the organigram.
Thank you. In this chart, there's also a reference in the middle of the page to a person called Zabit Rahimi. You see that, Mr. Bishi?
Yes.
Rahimi, the chief of the intelligence and counterintelligence section in your brigade, as it is mentioned here in this chart.
Yes. Yes, he was.
Mr. Rahimi.
He was appointed by the zone command from that level. And probably following proposals from the relevant sector at the zone level.
Do you know when Mr. Rahimi was appointed as Chief of Intelligence and Counterintelligence in your brigade?
I'm not certain about the time, but this could be sometime in October or November. I'm not quite sure. October, November 1998.
And do you know whether the general staff was involved in this decision, and if so, how?
For what I know, it was not involved.
So the decision to appoint Mr. Rahimi as Chief of Intelligence and Counterintelligence taken by the Operational Zone Command was not later confirmed or approved, to your knowledge, by the General Staff? That didn't happen?
To my knowledge, it didn't. You have plenty of documents concerning proposals and appointments at brigade levels. This occurred within the authority of the operational zones, that is the appointments from brigade commanders and above.
Thank you, I understand. Mr. Court Officer, could we please go back to the previous page, page 123265. Thank you, Mr. Ibishi. This is a chart of the organizational structure of the LAB operational zone, mentioning you as the Chief of Staff. And it also contains a reference to the left side to Latif Gashi, or Lata, as the head of the Intelligence Service Section, as it is said here, or J2, at the zone level. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is the chart correct? Was Mr. Latif Gashi the head of the Intelligence Service Section in the LAB operational zone?
Yes, although this is a working material, this organizational structure or chart was like a working paper. And Latif Gashi was the leader of the sector, of the intelligence sector. Although there are some differences between the chart that we discussed with the prosecutor and how it's translated here in the English, the sector intelligence service section. Here in the original, we have the sector of the information service.
Is this just a question of terminology, or is there a difference between an intelligence service section and an information service section?
What I'm saying is a translation issue. I don't have anything to say about the substance. I was just referring to the translation.
So my question is, was Mr. Latif Gashi dealing with intelligence and counterintelligence, or was he dealing with public relations, or with anything else?
That's why I'm saying that in Albanian we have two definitions. If you go to the other part, it's approximately equivalent, linguistically speaking, between the information and informative sector. In substance, these are different things. Now I'm referring to the chart in the original language and the translation of it.
Mr. Ibishi, last Thursday you confirmed that Mr. Gashi was appointed by Commander Remy already in July 1998. Is that right? For the record, this is on pages 21186 and 7 of the transcript. That was during your cross-examination, I believe, by the Thaçi defense.
Yes, that's correct.
As far as you know, was the general staff involved in this decision, the decision to appoint Mr. Gashi as the head of the intelligence service section, or as it is called here, also called here J2, in the lab operational zone? And if so, how? I'm asking because the head of the intelligence and counterintelligence section is an important position, not only for the lab operational zone, but for the entire Kosovo, I assume. It could be relevant to the general staff to know who will be in charge of that section. So was the general staff involved in that decision to appoint Mr. Gashi as head of the intelligence or information service section, J2?
Although this was not within my authority, but to my knowledge, general knowledge that I have, this appointment occurred within the zone and that there was no intervention by the general staff. This is to what I know.
Thank you. Now to a different topic. Mr. Bishi, last week you described the role of the so-called civilian defense in identifying collaborators, and you said the following, and this can be found on pages 21114 and 21115 of the transcript. I quote, "In the framework of the prerogatives of the lab operative zone and the defense and the civilians in the zone, we had a responsibility to protect them from the collaborationists of the enemy, because in the 1990s, the intelligence services and the Serbian police developed a network of collaborators. For this reason, the decision was left that within the framework of the civilian defense and upon their request regarding some individuals of collaborating with the occupying Serb structures or forces, so they identified some persons, and the procedure was to go through the brigade commander, the military police, until the detention center in La Pastiche. This was the procedure when there were grounds for suspicions for a specific person," end of quote. Now, Mr. Ibishi, my question for you is the following. Can you explain again, if you know, what the role of the intelligence and counterintelligence sector at the zone and brigade level was? Were they also involved, maybe together with the civilian defense, in identifying collaborators?
Of course, it had that role, but particularly the military police that was within the brigades and also at the level of the lab operational zones. They had continuous cooperation with the civilian defense as a specific structure in the lab operational zone that was functional from the beginning, and as a separate sector, it responded to the tasks of the civilian defense at village level. this was for the purpose of the security of the KLA and the civilian population, because as a party to an armed conflict, it was within our mandate to do this within the framework of our operations in this operational zone.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Ibishi, I have a few more questions about the charts in Exhibit P01765, and could I ask the court officer to go to page 123267? Thank you. Since you just mentioned the military police, Mr. Ibishi, in the chart on this page, there's an entry in the bottom column stating that Nazif Mehmeti was the commander of the military police at zone level. Can you see that?
Yes. Nazif Mehmeti was acting commander, and in reality, he was an appointed deputy commander. In the absence of the commander, he was the acting commander of the military police in the LAP operational zone.
Thank you. And who appointed Mr. Mehmeti?
Well, as in the case of other appointments at brigade levels and unit levels, constitutive units of the zone, this went on proposals of the zone commander, and the zone commander appointed Nazif Mehmeti acting commander because he had the appropriate education and experience, professional experience in the civilian police of the time.
Do you know when he was appointed, Mr. Mehmeti? Approximately?
I think it was around the end of the year, November or December. I think it was in November 1998, if I'm not mistaken. Long time has passed and it's difficult for me to remember the dates.
And again, the same question as before. Was that decision confirmed or approved by the General Staff, as far as you know?
I don't have knowledge about this.
That's all right. Court officer, can we please go back to page 123266? Previous page. Thank you, Ed. The bottom left of this page, the organigram indicates that the commander of the military police in Brigade 151 was Nahib Gubitini. Is that right, Mr. Bishi? Was Nahib Gubitini the commander of the military police in your brigade?
Yes. Nahib Gubitini.
And the same question as before, who appointed him and when was he appointed, if you know?
As in other procedures, and there are documents testifying to those procedures of appointments within brigades and battalions and lower down. This was also made on the proposal of the commander of the zone, of course in consultation with the military police. This decision was taken at the level of the zone command.
And was that decision confirmed or approved by the General Staff or not?
I don't have knowledge about this.
Now to another topic which was already addressed earlier today by the prosecution. During your cross-examination by the Thaçi defense, and this can be found on page 21150 of the transcript, you mentioned that Adem Demaci, who you called a symbol of resistance and dedication to Kosovo, visited and encouraged or supported you in the lab operational zone. Do you remember saying that last week and also today?
Yes, I do.
Would like to know from you, Mr. Bishi, how often did Mr. Demaci visit you in the lab operational zone? In other words, how often did you personally see or talk to him?
Many times. He visited us, visited the brigades, the zone itself, and again on various occasions upon request. He encouraged us. He was a distinctive personality whom I respected, not only myself, but all members of the KLA respected. I cannot recall exactly how many meetings there were, but there were meetings within the brigades at zone level and on separate occasions, such as the visit of Sean Burns, the chief of KDOM, to our zone.
You just confirmed that Mr. Demaci encouraged and supported you. My question is, what did he do exactly? How did he encourage or support you?
He encouraged us in terms of continuous resistance on our part, because the war was going to be long, and again in other aspects, such as the mission of the KLA and our rapport with the members of the international community. He was the spokesperson in the capital of Kosovo, Pristina, where he would come out with statements on the security situation and military operations, as well as risks facing us, especially him at roadblocks by the Serb forces. He was not just a supporter, but he also put his own life at risk for the benefit of the KLA and its mission.
Thank you. Mr. Bishi, apart from encouraging or supporting you, did Mr. Demaci give you, or as far as you know, other soldiers any orders or instructions, for example, to attack or not attack a specific location? Did he do that?
No. His support was mainly moral support based on his authority. From military perspective, he just encouraged us because we had the professional personnel in our area, and he did not want to interfere in military operations. His support was mainly moral. He urged us to be resistant and resilient to the very last day of the war.
Thank you. I'm afraid I have a few more questions for you, Mr. Bishi. And this is the next question. During your cross-examination by the Thaçi defense last week on page 21169 of the transcript, you were asked the following by counsel, and I quote, question, you told the SBO last week that he, Mr. Bishi, this is in reference to the zone commander, Commander Remy, had the ultimate authority, which means he was the last highest ranking person who could make a decision on release or amnesty, correct? And your answer was, according to our transcript, this is how it was. His position determines that authority, his position as commander of the zone, end of quote. Mr. Bishi, could you please explain what you meant by this? Are you saying that the KLA General Staff had no say in the arrest or release of collaborators? For example, if the General Staff had told Commander Remy to release a person suspected of collaborating with the enemy, could Commander Remy just say no?
I said that I cannot interpret how we should refer to Commander Remy because it was within his authority, but I think that in decisions that he took, Commander Remy consulted the command of the zone, and based on the assessment of the various sectors within the zone, he would make the relevant decisions, in this case for the release of these persons. I cannot interpret what his position would be if he received such a request for release or arrest by the General Staff.
What if the General Staff had explicitly told Remy not to release a person? Could Commander Remy decide to grant an amnesty and release the person anyway? Could he do that?
Well, again, I don't want to interpret this, but from my position, I can say that he consulted the zone command and he took decisions within his authority. And he did this in compliance with the assessment of the situation, of the conditions. And I believe that he would take the adequate decisions, which I cannot prejudge.
Are you aware of a case where Commander Remy released or pardoned a person against the express will of the General Staff?
I have no knowledge about such cases.
Thank you. Mr. Ibishi, you also said last week on page 21169 of the transcript that Commander Remy had the ultimate authority to release detainees and grant amnesties based on the proposals received by the command. You remember saying this last Thursday?
Yes, that's correct.
To what or which command are you referring?
The command of LAP operational zone or Pristina area, because sometimes there would be confusion based on the geographical area. The LAP operational zone included Pristina, Podujev, and Fushkosova as areas of responsibility, with the capital Pristina included.
So just to be clear, you did not refer to the General Staff command, right?
I did not.
It's clear now. Now to a different topic. According to paragraphs 63 and 64 of Preparation Note 2, you told the prosecution the following during your preparation session. And since we don't have an Albanian version, I guess, of that preparation note, I will read what you, according to that preparation note, said to you. Paragraph 63, he, Mr. Ibishi, this is a reference to you, was then referred to his 22nd May 2003 testimony, page 9, or SPOE 000888349 English, on the issue of foresters and information they would provide to Serb paramilitaries, and was asked for the basis of his knowledge on the issue. W04758 said that because foresters knew the terrain very well and because the KLA operated in a territory covered by forests, the foresters would have detailed information about the area. Hunters had the same type of knowledge, but hunting activities were limited at that time. W04758 noted that foresters could also lead Serbian forces to attack KLA positions, and foresters who were still working at that time had to pass on their information to the Serbs as part of their duties. As the foresters were working for the Serbian administration, the Serbian intelligence service and the police not only instructed them, but also put the foresters under pressure for them to report. W04758 knows that some of the foresters were forced to pass on information. And then paragraph 64 reads, asked whether the activity of cutting wood was considered suspicious, W04758 noted that this in itself was not a problem. However, the foresters would allow illegal woodcutting in order to gather information from the woodcutters in exchange. End of quote. Mr. Ibishi, is this still correct, or is this correct, and is this still your evidence?
Yes. Let me clarify. Madame Prosecutor knows that the reference is to some of them. I cannot say that all of the forest rangers did this. It's only some of them. So what is stated there still stands.
Thank you. And was that common knowledge or common belief within the KLA? In other words, was it known to the soldiers in your brigade that at least some foresters would give information to the Serbian authorities and that some woodcutters provided information to foresters in exchange for allowing them to cut wood?
Most of the information regarding security did reach us via the citizens from the civil defense part of it. And it was one of our missions to raise awareness so that people would be aware of this kind of activity.
So you personally informed the soldiers in your brigade about that? Is that what you did?
Yes, in the course of lectures, in addition to what was most important in our zone, which was training. Next to it was the four Geneva Conventions and its additional protocols, so the international law. So one of the aspects that was explained was that soldiers ought to take particular care of security not only of the Kosovo Liberation Army as such, but also security vis-à-vis the civilians and the risk that is posed through collaboration with the representatives of the occupying power of Serbia.
Thank you, Mr. Vichy. Now to my final topic. In your preparation session with the SBO, I'm referring to paragraph 76 of Preparation Note 2, you apparently told the prosecution that in 1998 and 1999 the KLA used satellite phones, Motorola radio devices, and sometimes also mobile phones. Is that correct? Did you tell this? Did you tell this to the prosecution?
Said it.
When did you see a satellite phone for the first time in the KLA? Already in 1998 or later?
In 1998, I cannot set a point in time, but it was towards the end of 1998.
And where did you see that phone? Who had that, or such a phone?
Owing to the limited number of these devices, they were novel for us. We had in our possession one or two, but that was only at the beginning, and then we received some more, and they were received at the zone command and then at the operational command center. The deputy operations commander Kadri Kastrati and myself used the devices to communicate, in addition to the radio communications equipment, which are of a limited nature. given that they only worked on the simplex system, not the duplex system that uses the repeaters. Most of the time we used radio comms to communicate with the units that were in the vicinity of the command center of the lab operational zone, and that was vis-a-vis the operations.
Did you also use mobile phones?
We used mobile phones very sparingly because we assumed that they were interceptable and our location could be pinpointed. So the instruction in the use of mobile phones was to use them exceptionally and away from the command centers, distance-wise, that is, because we knew that they were interceptable and the location could be pinpointed during that process, and thereby putting ourselves in danger and the zone command too. It could have become a target that way.
And last question, Mr. Bishi, did you also use couriers during the war? Did you have couriers?
Yes, but only to a limited extent, and in relation to the units where the communication systems that you mentioned were of no use. But couriers were used very rarely. It was largely due to the fact that they had to go through zones that were not under proper control, and it was fairly possible that such couriers would fall into an ambush by the enemy forces.
Mr. Bishi, those were my questions. Thank you.
Judge Metro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I'd like to follow up on a few of the issues that you've already covered with the parties. The first one has to do with training that you said was given to members of the KLA in your area of responsibility, and I understand you to suggest that part of that training had to do with the 4 Geneva Conventions and their additional protocols. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Fair to suggest from this that it was your understanding and the understanding of the zone command that both the KLA and its members were bound to comply with those conventions. Is that a fair suggestion?
Yes, let me also explain further. It is with reference with the second additional protocol of the Geneva Conventions, Article 87, which explains the obligation to inform the all the sections about the laws of war.
We'll check on the number. There's no Article 87 in Additional Protocol 2, sir, but let's put that aside. Can you tell us what it was that you told the KLA members in your areas about the Geneva Conventions and their protocols?
Yes, it's up to you to deal with it, but however, the reality is that I come from a military and police background, and I have knowledge about that. I'm also a master of law. I have studied these issues, and one of my priorities alongside the Zone Command was to make all the structures aware to comply with the obligations based on the relevant point, the obligations to respect the rules of the 1949 Geneva Conventions and the 1977 protocols. This includes the warring parties as well as the humanitarian angle too. The Kosovo conflict, as well as you know, was a domestic as well as an international conflict, and with reference to this dimension, you have to make reference to these, including the civilian personnel, and that's centered on raising awareness for compliance with these laws, so making all the structures aware of the contents of the Geneva Conventions, so that we would not fall into the trap that would result as a result of not knowing about them.
Now, last week you made reference to Article 75 and 85 or 86, and I don't ask you for the specific provision, but I understood you to make reference to the Fourth Geneva Convention. Did I understand that correctly, that part of the training was to tell KLA members how to treat the civilian population?
Yes, I was in possession of literature, and I extracted from it the most significant issues from the Geneva Conventions, as well as the second additional protocol of 1977, Articles 75 and 87 therein.
Part of the training as well to tell your trainees, the trainees within the KLA, what the Geneva Convention expect of the treatment of detainees. Did you tell them that the Geneva Convention expected human treatment and prohibited mistreatment or inhumane acts? Did you tell them that?
Yes, most certainly. I did give evidence about this. Unfortunately, when I offered this to the circuit court during the case of the 4 suspects in Pristina, this was not accepted. This one is, as a matter of fact, as well as the protection of refugees, as well as including my pictures of me protecting them in the front line. There were a number of others offered as evidence, however, these were widely explained in Skandar Jitia's book about the Olaf operational zone. I think that constitutes evidence that will be taken into account. So the answer to your question is that these lectures were conducted precisely to make them aware that they should comply with human rights and all the provisions related to the protection of the people that are subject to the Geneva Conventions as well as its additional protocols.
Next question is, what procedure or steps did you put in place to ensure that these goals of compliance with the Geneva Conventions were in fact complied with by the members of your organization?
in addition to giving the lectures, we also conducted an analysis of the observance of military discipline, and you have full accountability here in cases of the breaches of such discipline, as well as other issues related to the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols, to the best of the knowledge that we had as commanders at the time.
Discipline in a moment with an example, but let me be more specific. You tell your trainees that they have to treat detainees in a humane fashion and cannot mistreat them. What steps in your knowledge were taken to ensure that they acted in such a way?
These steps constituted in making aware commanders as well as soldiers, because they could face up with a situation that occurred there and then, or at the level of a unit. But we also put that under the responsibility of the brigade, so that at that level they would cooperate with civil defense and the representative of the intelligence unit in cooperation with the military police, so that such infringements should not or would not occur.
So just focusing on the detainees for the time being, whose responsibility ultimately, to use an expression you used last week, would it be to see to it that people detained in the zone by the KLA are treated in accordance with the Geneva Convention? Who, in your understanding, was responsible for that within the zone?
The responsibility rested with the people who had to apply them from, as I mentioned, from the level of the brigade commander downwards to the military police at a zone level, as where the detention center existed.
For the actions of these people in relation to what happens to detainees?
By all means, yes. From the zone commander down to the zone level and all the way to the simple soldier who has a certain level of responsibility. What we tried was to extend this from the basic level to the highest echelons to inform people about the levels of responsibility. The responsibility that should go down all the way from the soldier to the zone commander.
And to be sure that I understand what you're saying, whose responsibility was it to go in the detention facilities to make sure that the Geneva Conventions were being complied with? Who, in your understanding, was the persons or the entity that was responsible for that?
Military police operated at the detention centers. They were educated and had prior police experience, so they were the people responsible to look after the premises and the people, including, food and medical care. What was also transparent was the visits by family members of the detainees. I have mentioned two discrete cases where I have visited these centers myself.
You've mentioned discipline, and I'm going to go to that with you for a second. Could the registry please bring up U000-9710 to U000-9792, ET, same ERN for the Albanian. And the page that I would want to get to, please, is 9777. Next page in the English, please. Thank you. That's the one. Sir, do you recall being shown this document during your preparation session with the prosecution?
Yes, I do.
Record, that's preparation note number 2 at paragraph 33. Now, if we can just for a second go to the next page in the Albanian, please. And go towards the bottom of that page, please. The first thing I'd like you to confirm is that you recognize the signature on that document.
Yes, I do.
The signature, that is.
It's from Commander Dyer, Deputy Commander of this sub-zone of LAP, operational zone. It's in Zabars, and that is the Deputy Commander Kasrati.
Kasrati.
Kadri Kasrati.
Thank you. Now, can we go back to the first page in the Albanian? If you look first at the first paragraph, sir, in the English version, it says the following. Pursuant to the UCK temporary service regulations and upon authorization by the LAP operational zone commander, id est brigade commander, disciplinary actions are taken against the following soldiers for disobeying an order, id est, for being negligent in carrying out the military duties and obligations. Do you see that?
Yes.
The substance. Do you recall the KLA temporary or interim regulations to which this decision is making reference?
I can't quite place it. Can we go all the way down in this handwritten version in Albanian? Because there is mention here of the 2nd Brigade. A bit more, because I cannot see a date, so I don't know which period of time this is with reference to.
The date is on the next page. Thank you, sir. Do you see the date now?
Yes. The 9th of September, and it has to do with disciplinary measures taken against the then 2nd Brigade, Brigade 2, or Brigade 152, Shaban Shada. It has to do with 3 people who were given a disciplinary measure at the zone level. With reference to your question,
To the substance in a second, sir. First, I think the date is the 1st of November 1998. Do you agree with that?
yes.
Albanian? Now, in the summer of 1998, July of 1998, the KLA General Staff adopted so-called interim regulations of the KLA. Do you recall these regulations?
Po kontekst kohës, pra
Some of the regulations, yes, I do remember them, and some I don't, and I have difficulty with this one. Was that a regulation issued by the General Staff? Or was it interim regulations that were issued in the absence of the full ones? And that was done at the sub-zone level that existed at the time. Dyer and myself did that. These were interim regulations that were used until the General Staff sent us the proper versions whose delivery was delayed. And this was largely due to the fact that the commander of the zone went so very rarely to the headquarters of the General Staff. So I have difficulty differentiating or determining here on whether this reference here is to the ones issued by the General Staff or the interim regulations that we ourselves have had compiled.
Ask it in that way. When you received the interim regulations from the General Staff, do you recall receiving those during the summer of 1998?
We did receive, maybe we did receive some, but I cannot specify which ones because time has passed. What I'm saying is that if we did not have a regulation covering a certain field, we would compile ourselves an interim regulation which we would use until we would receive the regulations from the General Staff.
Once you had the General Staff regulation, that would be the one pursuant to which you would be acting, correct?
I'm saying once again, if we had one, we would refer to it. If we didn't, then within the zone, we would compile one which would be signed by the commander and which would be in line with the military standards and provisions of international laws. And that one would be in use until we would receive the one from the General Staff.
It's clear now, thank you. Now, if you can look at the first individual here who is subject to disciplinary measure, his name is Agron Haroli from the
Havoli.
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 If you can spend just a second looking at the basis on which the disciplinary measures are being taken, and then I'll ask you a question. So just read that paragraph, please, for yourself.
S'mon nga koha po kuptoj për çka është rasti.
I understand what it is about.
Do you agree that Mr. Havoli is here subject to disciplinary measure because he abused his position by disobeying a commander's order, namely that he abandoned his position contrary to orders? Do you agree with that?
Yes, there are two reasons. The first one, he left the area of responsibility, or rather the area of responsibility of brigade, taking with him some other armed soldiers, and went to another village, which was in another part of our area of responsibility, but not within this brigade's area of responsibility. And second reason was that he mobilized a vehicle in contradiction with the orders. The vehicle mentioned here is Lada.
Is it fair to suggest from this document, but from other circumstances if you wish, that there was an expectation within your brigades that orders would be respected by subordinates, and if orders were not respected, that disciplinary consequences could follow? Is that a fair proposal?
Paul.
Yes. For infringements and violations of regulations, the KLA soldiers would be held responsible. I have an example when I took strict measures against a soldier when he caused a general risk while using a weapon. And that was an immediate measure taken, disciplinary measures, which was educational, so that such cases would not occur in the future.
Last week it was P1763. Thank you for that, sir. Now, is it also fair to suggest from what we see here, and you've said it yourself, that there was an expectation, at least within your brigade, that KLA member could not just leave their position as they wished, and if they did, they could be subject to disciplinary measures. Is that right?
That's right.
To ask you about a couple of things you said to the office of the prosecutor when they interviewed you, and I want to be sure that I understand.
Jonna, sorry, if you're moving off this document, could I ask for those following this, there was a reference made to an interim general staff regulations at some point in 1998. What is the reference for that, where we're able to piece this together?
If I can be of assistance, I believe from the top of my head, Mr. Dixon, it might be P163. You may wish to have a look at this one, and if you want to follow up with a witness, I think that might be the document you're looking for.
Yes, that's why I asked if there were any follow-up questions. Thank you.
Now, witness, as I indicated, I'd like to follow up on some of the things you told the SPO and ask you a few follow-up questions on this. First, regarding the structure of the zone, I understood you to say in your SPO interview, that's part 1, page 14, now exhibit P17551, that the structure of the zone was set up pursuant to the orders of the General Staff. In other words, orders were given by the General Staff and then were being implemented structure-wise at the zone. Did I understand that correctly, sir?
So, the structure, as far as I know, came from the General Staff, but was modified as per our needs and specificities I've mentioned in this context: BIA, the medical battalion, the civilian defense, which were specific to our zone. It was not an order, but rather a model how we should create the chart, the organizational chart. It was more of a reference document. And there was evidence to this effect in 2003 before the district court in Pristina.
In a second, I just want to set the framework. As part of this structure or this model that you use was also the creation of detention facilities. Is that right? And that's part 4, page 9 and 10.
Pra ajo ka ardhur si çështje e imponueshme e kohës, nuk ka pas.
This was something that was imposed on us from the conditions and the time.
Part of the implementation of the, I think you used the expression, model that was suggested to you by the general staff. Is that right?
Po, supozoj se do
I suppose so. I don't know how it arrived, but I believe it was a model on how to create the organizational structure, and we adapted it to our needs with the additions that we made and that I mentioned earlier.
Is what you called adaptation or implementation. The responsibility for that would be with whom? With the zone commander or with someone else?
This was the responsibility of the zone command with the zone commander as its head.
Talking about the La Pasticcia detention facility, do you recall approximately when it was set up?
I don't know exactly. It could have been in November 1998. I'm not sure, though.
Again, I don't want to make you adopt what you don't want, but it was suggested to you during the SPO interview, part 4, page 9, that it might have been at the end of October 98 or early November 98. Is that consistent with your recollection today?
Yes, more or less. As I said, I cannot refer to the exact date. Had I known the date, I would have stated it. I would have said October or November. Now, 25, 26 years have passed since then. I can hardly remember what happened yesterday. So I cannot pinpoint the exact time, but it is within that period of time, end of October or October, beginning of November, as the prosecutor suggested.
To be clear, I'm not blaming your memory, sir. I have a terrible memory myself, so I have a great deal of sympathy for your difficulties there. One thing I want to go back to, if I may, is about the authority to release detainees who were detained within the zone. And you've discussed it with the prosecution and again with my colleague, Judge Barte. Do you remember these questions?
Yes.
You have indicated that the responsibility or primary responsibility for doing so within the zone was with the zone commander. Did I get that right?
Ashtu diçka vetëm thotë.
Something like that, but it was said ultimate responsibility because that followed certain requests, but ultimately it was the responsibility of the commander of the zone, that is the main commander of the lab operational zone.
We'll see about the ultimately, but I want to show you a number of release documents attributed to the zone commander, Mr. Rustem Mustafa. I'll show you the documents. There's 4 of them, and then I'll ask you a couple of questions about them, and I'll give you the time to look at them. If you need more time, please tell me. The first one would be Exhibit P885. And yeah,
If I could have the Albanian version.
uncertain that we have an Albanian version. I'll check for you at the break, sir, but I'll read for you for the time being what it is and
No problem, I understand it, but if there is one, no problem.
This, and I'll show you the whole document, this purports to be an amnesty. It's dated the 17th of January of 1999. It comes from the LAP operational zone. And if we may perhaps go to the bottom of this document, please, of this page. It is signed by the commander of the LAP operational zone, and it pertains to 4 individuals detained by the KLA: Idris Shabani, Fatmi Mustafa, Gani Rakovica, and Bedri Ademi. Now, the first thing, I'll just go back up in the page for a second. I just want to read to you the first paragraph, sir, and I will ask you the questions in a moment about that. But this amnesty decision attributed to Commander Remy starts with the paragraph, based on the political declarations of the General Staff of the KLA, the internal regulation of the KLA, and based on the regulation on the civil administration, the commander of the LAP operational zone of the KLA announces the amnesty. Do you understand, sir?
Oh.
Yes.
Of assistance, the Albanian can be found under P150.
I've been assisted. If we could bring that one up, sir, I'll give you a chance to look at the Albanian version. Thank you, Mr. Ascoli. Thank you very much, and thank you to the registry. First, can we go to the bottom of that document in the Albanian, please? First, sir, do you recognize the signature on that document?
Po.
Yes.
Komandanti zonë.
Of the zone commander, Remy.
Can we please go back up in the document in the Albanian? Can I just ask you for the time being to read the first paragraph in that document and to keep it in mind?
Yes.
Can we please go to what is Exhibit P225? So if you look at it, sir, I'll show you the rest of the page in the Albanian, but it purports to be an amnesty in relation to people being detained in the Kele Lap operational zone. It's dated the 31st of December of 1998. And if we can scroll down the page in both languages, you will see that it once again attributed to the commander of the operational zone. You recognize the signature again on that document, sir?
Po.
Yes.
Komandoj se po.
I think so, yes.
We can go back up in the document, please. Here the decision suggests that the amnesty in relation to these four individuals is based on Kele rules and regulations, general staff communiques, civil or civilian administration rules and regulation, as well as a decision of the zone commander 001. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Next page, please, in both languages. And you can see it's linked to the previous amnesty. In effect, it's in implementation of the previous document. It's also dated 31st of December 1998, and it's a decision to release a Muye or Muye Zainulau. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
You can confirm it's once again a decision attributed to the commander of the zone. Is that right?
Jo, nuk.
No. I cannot recognize it on this document as his signature. I can compare it with Remy's signature. I'm not quite sure about this one.
You agree that this document is attributed to the commander, and if we go to the top of the page, it would be the commander of the zone. Do you agree with that?
Sigurisht se po.
Probably yes. It is, however, I cannot recognize this signature or confirm it as his based on his signature. Sometimes somebody signs on behalf of somebody else, and then it's marked with 4, and then followed by the signature of the person who signs instead of the authority mentioned. But on this document, I cannot recognize his signature.
If you can look at the first paragraph of that document, it says in English, based on Kosovo Liberation Army internal rules and regulations, General Staff communiques, civilian administration rules and regulation, as well as, again, a decision 001 from the zone command. Do you agree with that?
Oh.
Yes.
A last document, it's SITF 00242-574. Thank you. This one, sir, is unsigned, but it again pertains to come from the Kosovo Liberation Army LAP operational zone. It bears a number but no date on it. And it pertains to a number of individuals. I will go to a couple of them in a second, but the first paragraph of that document says the following, that this amnesty that is being issued for people detained by the KLA was based on the political memorandums of the General Staff, the internal regulation of the KLA, the regulation on the civil administration, and with a decision of the commander of the LAP zone, he declares the amnesty for the following persons. Now, I'll ask you first a question. If we can scroll down this document so that all the names appear for the witness. Do you know anyone on that document, sir? And I'll show you, there's a second page.
I didn't know them at the time, but I do remember some of them as names.
Once you recall.
For example, I remember Rakovica just as a name. I don't know which one, but as a name, I remember it. Some others as well as surnames, and Vesekiracha, Potera, from the proceedings.
You knew personally from the time?
Only Enver.
What about number 7, Etem Yashari? Did you know him at the time?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember.
Contact with him, either during or after the war? Or before, I should say?
That's it.
With whom? No, I don't remember.
Suggestion that you went with him to Croatia, for example, would be incorrect. Do you agree?
I don't know who he is. Why would I go to Croatia with him? What does this mean?
If someone were to suggest that you did, that would be false. Do you agree?
Your Honor, he has to, in fairness, be given the full circumstances. If this was the prosecution asking these questions in re-examination, I'd certainly object Now, I can't do it in the same way here, but I think out of fairness to the witness, any witness, if an allegation is going to be put like this, and he's going
Please be seated. Mr. Misitich, you sought the floor outside the hearing of the witness.
Yes, just briefly, Mr. President. Related to the issue that we were discussing or that Judge Matreau was asking before the break, I just wanted to clarify because there may have been some ambiguity in Judge Matreau had said, and this is at transcript page 78, line 6. He said the line of questioning pertains to
almost at the end of questioning. I want to go back for a minute to the 4 amnesty decisions that we discussed before the break. Do you recall those?
Oh.
Yes.
Perhaps put one on the screen to have an illustration there. Can we have exhibit P885 on one side? I think we only have the English, and P150 on the other, which is the same document but in Albanian. Now I have 2 propositions that I want to put to you for you to agree or disagree or comment upon if you want. The first one is, do you agree that this and the other decisions, so amnesty that I showed you, confirm or support your suggestion that the zone commander had the authority to release people detained by the KLA within the zone? Do you agree with that?
På pjäsers.
Yes, partially so. Let me explain that there have been amnesties issued during symbolic moments in the year. This was the New Year's Eve, and the other one, the 17th of January, most certainly coincides with something else. So it was not entirely within their authority, but the proposals came up to him for those people who'd been detained for a number of days to not to continue to be kept any further because the reasonable period of their detention had now elapsed. So the zone commander has acted on that. It is akin to a situation where a head of state grants an amnesty. The amnesty is issued with all the names on the amnesty are so amnestied after receiving a proposal by the relevant sections of society and so on.
And you said, to use your words, that some of these amnesties were issued, I'm trying to find your phrase, during symbolic moments in the year. Are you also aware that the general staff made use of that possibility, issuing amnesties at symbolic junctures?
I am not aware now.
Now, looking at the document you have in front of you, would you agree with the suggestion that, looking at the first paragraph, the authority of the zone commander to release KLA detainees derives from declarations of the General Staff and other regulations adopted by the General Staff? Do you agree with that?
That is by way of reference in the preamble. That is why it features here in this document.
Thank you. Now I want to ask you about a specific release that you were asked about, the release of a Serbian inspector or an inspector of Serbian ethnicity called Goran Zbilic. Do you recall being asked this question in particular by Mr. Mišetić?
Oh.
Yes.
To be clear, were you personally involved in the process of releasing Mr. Zbilic?
Oh.
Yes.
Now, were you, did you, start that way, did you ever see a written decision pertaining to his release?
When I say that I took part in the for his release, I was part of the negotiations that ended up in his release. It was Adam Demaci made a request to this end, and this is a person who I had known.
It in that way. Do you know who Adem Demaci approached to have Goran Zbilic released? In particular, are you aware of him approaching the General Staff?
I do not have such knowledge, but I know that he spoke to the zone command, the commander, and other members of his command, including myself.
Are you aware of the fact that certain members of the General Staff became involved in the process of releasing Mr. Zbilic? Are you aware of that?
No.
To ask you about two names, and again, if you can assist, we'd be grateful. If you cannot, that would be it. But in January of 1999, among your KLA colleague, can you remember someone with the first or last name Belul or Beluli? Do you recall someone with that first or last name?
No.
Ramadan Beluli or Belul Limai, for instance?
No, I don't.
The last name Murati. Did you have in January of 1999 a fellow KLA member by that name?
Not someone with the surname Murati, but somebody whose first name was Murati, yes.
What's the name of that person, sir?
Murat Ayeti.
Murat Ayeti.
And are you aware or do you know individuals by the name of Valon Murati and Skender Murati? Do you know these individuals?
Valon Muratin po.
Valon Murati, yes. Whilst Skender Murati is not someone that I'm able to remember at this point.
Can you tell us what was the position of Valon Murati in January 1999, if you know?
As far as I know, he is a member of this movement for the liberation of Kosovo, LKCK, and if I'm not mistaken, he was head of the unit for morale, as far as I remember, that is. But that's what I know. The sector on morale.
And when you say the sector of morale, do you mean the sector of morale within the zone command of the LAP zone?
Po.
Yes. He did that for a period of time. I don't think he held that position all the time.
Know if he used a nickname at the time?
No, I don't.
Thank you, sir, for your patience. Those were my questions.
Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon. Mr. Witness, first of all, I want to deal with the expression intelligence and counterintelligence section. Could I ask the court officer, please, to bring up P1765 and to display the first page in English and Albanian. Am I right in understanding, Mr. Witness, that this is a brigade formation template which was brought from the General Staff to the LAP Zone Command by Commander Remy?
I can't say it with that certainty. I know that it was brought to the zone. I don't know whether by Commander Remy or someone else. What counts, though, is that this organizational chart did exist in the LAP operational zone.
The intention, one can assume, that the General Staff intended this organigram to be followed by the zone commands.
I assume so.
It's on the third box from the left in the Albanian original. It's under the top two boxes, the third box on the left. Now, could you just read out what's in the third box on the left?
Intelligence and counterintelligence sector.
The acronym ZKZ.
It depends in what way acronyms were used. If you were to take this from at the brigade and zone level, what stands out is that under the zone models, it is not called an intelligence and counterintelligence sector. It is called the informative section group. So I do not know to what extent this acronym ZKZ applies with respect to the question that we've asked. I encountered that kind of language in this kind of organigram.
Page in the Albanian and the English, please. Now, could I ask the court officer to focus on the third box from the left in the Albanian original? This, Mr. Witness, appears to be an organigram of the zone command and the units which reported to the zone command. Isn't that right?
Po.
Correct, yes.
Appears in the third box from the left above the words Latif Gashi.
Chef sector.
Chief of sector of intel and counter, given that that box was not able to accommodate the words in their entirety, these words were truncated. They were truncated, that is, to accommodate the text within.
To say that that box states Chief of Intelligence and Counterintelligence Section.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
The words intelligence and counterintelligence are consistent with the acronym ZKZ as they appear in this box.
It may be so.
Now, if we stay on this particular organogram, did Latif Gashi report directly to you as the Chief of Staff, or did he report to the Deputy Zone Commander, or did he report to the Zone Commander? It's not entirely clear from this chart.
The staff operated within the auspices of the Zone Command, and what that entailed is the entire staff, which means that the Zone Commander, the Deputy Zone Commander, and the Chief of Staff were all together in this group that included the brigades and their subordinate sectors. So that is what I have to say vis-à-vis this question.
To the Zone ZKZ Commander Latif Gashi.
Who reported to him, or who did he report to? Because the question was not asked clearly as far as I'm concerned.
Reported to. My question is now, who reported to him, Latif Gashi?
Latif Gashi I raportonin.
He had a deputy, Hydrit Allah, who's the Allah who I can't see. He was killed in December 1998. And there were people spread around the brigades who served as chiefs of intelligence and counterintelligence, they reported to the brigade, to the relevant brigade commanders, but also because the sector was under him, they reported to Latif Gashi too.
Yes, you've focused in on an issue that I'm very interested in. If the brigade level ZKZ commander, which in Brigade 151 was Sabit Raha Himi, if he had two reporting lines, one to the brigade commander and one to the zone level ZKZ commander, could you please explain the matters in respect of which he would report to the brigade commander and the matters in respect of which he would report to the chief of ZKZ at the zone level, which is to say Latif Gashi?
Normal në aspektin e
routinely, Mr. Sabit would report to the brigade commander, whereas at particular moments where issues of major importance for the zone were concerned, he would report to the chief of the sector, and that is why I am saying that this was a two-pronged approach. So he would, on generally speaking, on Serbian forces and so on, where there was a need for a more general overview of the situation, he would report to the chief of the sector at that zone level.
With the zone command for the moment, and perhaps, Mr. Court Officer, if you can zoom out a little bit. We see that the zone military police commander was Nazif Mehmeti. And could you clarify who he reported to?
Ai raportonte
he reported to the chief of staff, to the deputy commander, and the commander on a case-by-case basis, as you can see from the chain of command. And he was not a regular member of the staff, but where the situation demanded it, he requested his presence, and he reported before the staff, namely the command of the zone.
The zone command hold meetings while you were a member of it?
It depended on circumstances on the front line and the needs for such a meeting. And they could be monthly, depending on the situation, but there were occasions where it would be less frequent, but either monthly or a bit less frequent. Sometimes there would be meetings during the month where the situation was such that the meeting was necessary, and at times when there were no major military operations underway, these meetings would be less frequent.
If the military police commander or the ZKZ commander came into possession of information which was very important from the intelligence or counterintelligence perspective, how would they get that information quickly to the zone command?
ato raste janë të veçuara
where there is a situation of immediate impact, the information reached the level of the staff of the zone command. It all depended on the urgency of the situation. There were occasions where you did not have to wait for the meeting that had been set because the information needed to go up very quickly. So from this point of view, you can see how the communication was on a horizontal and a vertical axis on the organigram, where you're talking about the command and their subordinate units and the way they operated.
Would you use to receive urgent information from the military police or from the ZKZ?
We had everything at our disposal. If you're a chief of staff or commander of zone or deputy commander, or regardless of whether you are the chief of a sector or brigade, this set of tasks remains the same. As chief of staff, I had tasks to surveil the Serbian forces, and I did that through radio communications during the offensive. And this was not a specific task that was assigned to someone else. We did all kinds of things. We dealt with logistics. We dealt with other issues that are not necessarily described in this organigram. So the gathering of the information and the processing of such information had to be precipitated, given that we were in a situation of war and in direct confrontation with the enemy forces. Any delay would have been fatal. So information reaches us from all over the place, from all the military structures and all the levels of the military organization, where the risk of an offensive or an operation by the enemy was imminent. Measures had to be taken similarly to be able to withstand it.
Possession through the structure you've just described of particularly important information. How would you get that information as quickly as possible to the general staff?
Po ato ishin kur ishte informacioni
I don't have an example to illustrate these powers that we had at a zone level, so I don't have one to illustrate how we communicate with the general staff. However, were that to have been the reality, it would have been the commander of the zone who would have contacted the general staff to convey that piece of information.
Now, I'd like to move to the third page, please, which is an organigram of Brigade 151. And it lists you as the commander. So my questions concern the period during which you were the commander of Brigade 151. Now, I think you've described the reporting line from the ZKZ chief at the brigade level. My questions are about the military police commander at the brigade level, who is named on this as Naip Gubettini. Could you tell me whether he reported to you as the brigade commander, or whether he reported to the military police commander at the zone level that we saw in the previous organigram?
Raportimi I përhershëm
On a permanent basis, the reporting was to me or my deputy, the deputy brigade commander. Whereas to the reporting to the military police at the zone level depended on the mutual needs of the military police at a brigade level as well as a zone level. That is why the line of reporting was double, so it was put on a permanent basis. The reporting was to the brigade commander and my deputy, Arif Musholi.
Technological means, did you speak to Naip Gubettini while you were brigade commander and he was the military police commander of the brigade?
He was close by where he was positioned, close by to the command of the brigade. So I would say that the communication was in person, covering a short distance.
Who reported to military police commander Naip Gubettini himself?
He reported to me or to my deputy Arif Mucholi in my absence because we had other services, the chief of operations, but usually to myself or to the deputy commander of the brigade.
The question was who reported to him, to Gubettini? How many units were under him?
Well,
Well, he had a small group. I wouldn't be able to give it exact strength, but I think there were 3 or 4 in that group who carried out the duties of military police, and he was their leader.
Did you remain in contact with Sabit excuse me, I have trouble with this one. Sabit Rahimi. How did you maintain contact with Sabit?
The contact depended on the need for information, that is, to offer or request certain information. He would carry out his duties, and when he would get to an information of major interest for the region or the area of responsibility of the brigade, he would inform me immediately so that we would be able to undertake the necessary measures immediately and respond to any potential risk.
Logical means did you maintain contact with him?
On the majority of the occasions, in person, physically, because he was based close to the 151 Brigade staff or headquarters.
Now to the serious problem of dealing with perceived collaborators. And I'd just like to go back to some evidence you gave us a couple of days ago in the transcript on the 24th of October, 2024, page 39 of the provisional transcript. You drew our attention to the seriousness of this. And you said, in the framework of the prerogatives of the LAP operative zone and the defense of the civilians in that zone, we had a responsibility to protect them from the collaborationists of the enemy. Because in the 1990s, the intelligence services and the Serbian police developed a network of collaborators. For this reason, the decision was left within the framework of the civilian defense and upon their request regarding some individuals of collaborating with the occupying Serb structures or forces. So they identified some persons, and the procedure was to go through the brigade commander, the military police, until the detention center in Lapashtit. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Oh.
Yes.
In the process of assessing whether somebody that the civilian defense had identified as a collaborator was indeed a collaborator. Could you describe the process in place to verify that somebody was indeed a collaborator?
Oh, it's very
Well, first of all, every village had its civilian defense that looked after the population and supported us. We did not know the people, that is, we, the command and the zone, we did not know the collaborators. However, the civilian population, the civilians themselves, through the civilian defense that was created, they were aware of those who collaborated with the enemy forces, with the police forces and intelligence forces of the enemy. And they informed them in order to avoid any anarchy and to avoid any retaliation actions by the collaborators. Steps had to be taken to normalize the situation. So the identification was done through the civilian population. They would inform the brigade in the area of responsibility. Then the military police at the zone level would be informed. They would be kept for several days. They would be told about the reasons for their detention. And once the reasons were confirmed and verified, then they would be released. This was the procedure in short. It was not an easy situation for us because we would take that responsibility. However, the reality was such that there was chance for retaliation by those who had been identified as collaborators of the enemy and who were still active. And that would have consequences both for us as KLA and for civilians, because there were cases when soldiers of the KLA would be recruited from their ranks, and I've mentioned such cases. In that time, we did not have any other body or organ except for the military police. We did not have military courts. We didn't have investigative judges or investigators at the level of our organization.
Focus on the moment when the suspected collaborator would arrive at La Pastice. And I would like to know whether there was an informative interview or conversation with the suspect upon their arrival at La Pastice.
Po, nuk ka pas bisedi.
Yes, there was an informative interview or conversation, just a short notification of the reasons for the detention by the military police. And of course, the person would be notified of the reasons and of their release after their verification. While I was brigade commander, I have this example with one person. If need be, I can mention it again. I mentioned it in one of the previous sessions. And just by purely requesting from that person not to collaborate, that proved to be successful, and it ended.
In one of your previous statements, this is P1754 at page 9, I'm simply saying that for the other people in the courtroom, you said, "We had received information that many of them gave very important information to the Serbs about the position of the civilian population and also about our military actions," unquote. So obviously these suspected collaborators might have extremely sensitive, including time-sensitive, information on them when they arrived at La Pastice. Is that fair to say?
Po sigurisht.
Yes, certainly. They were there, they lived there, and of course they communicated with the area that was still under the occupation of the Serb forces, and they would pass information on the positioning of our forces or other activities on our part, and our zone had severe consequences from this collaboration. And I will mention it again, the killing of Hüsnü Tala and two others while he was visiting his family, and then the killing of Adem Gashi, chief of logistics, and part of the personnel of this brigade. He was also killed during his visit to his family. So we had severe consequences. I don't want to make it personal because it happened to me as well, and Mr. Sean Burns intervened when my family was removed from the accommodation where they were staying, when my house in the village was set on fire, and when 7 family members were killed, most of them children, precisely because of this information that was passed by collaborators. So the consequences were severe, and we had to take measures in the absence of military courts and judiciary institutions.
The extremely serious consequences that you've just described for us, did those measures include interrogating the suspected collaborators so that you were able to get time-sensitive information from them in order possibly to save human life?
Jo.
No.
Jo. Nga se s'kan qenë ato.
No, because they were not credible. And because of their rights and violation of their rights by such interviews, informative conversations. The military police was strictly ordered not to carry out informative interviews, but just to notify them for the reasons of their detention and to notify them of their release once the reasons of their detention were verified.
So what, might I ask, was the purpose of having intelligence and counterintelligence units at the brigade level and at the zone level, and indeed at the general staff level, if you had no intention whatsoever of interrogating suspected collaborators?
Ne kishëm për të ndalë veprimin e tyre.
The purpose was to stop their activity, i.e. their reporting to the enemy forces, when we would receive the information that they were not active, and once somebody from their families would guarantee us that they will not collaborate with the enemy, they would be immediately released.
Could I ask the registrar to bring up P1754, page 8 in the English and page 9 in the English? Mr. Witness, I'll read out the section at the bottom of page 8 that I'm interested in. It reads as follows. Asked why we would protect collaborators who had done so much harm to us when our numbers were small, we decided to detain them so that after liberation they could be tried in the courts. It is true that we intended to keep them for reasons of our own safety, as there was no other authority there. We kept them with regard to their past, unquote. Do you remember saying that?
Oh, success.
Yes.
You had a comprehensive knowledge of the 4 Geneva Conventions and the 2 additional protocols. Did you, at any stage, arrange for the detainees to have access to lawyers?
The conditions were not such that would allow that. When I refer to Geneva Conventions, I refer to Article 75. And secondly, it was in their own interest, in the interest of their own security. If they continued to live in the areas where they had been labeled as collaborators, they could become subject of an attack by civilians for their collaboration. In the absence of military courts, we did not undertake actions such as interviews and the like, and to offer them lawyers was not possible due to the circumstances.
Any opportunity to challenge the lawfulness of their detention?
Of course, they expressed this to the military police, or rather when they were brought, and guarantees were offered, which often resulted in their release.
Did you give them any opportunity to challenge the lawfulness of their detention, was the question. Could they go before a judge to claim they were unlawfully detained?
I said it before, during the war, we did not have a military court. We had the military police, and within its discretion was the detention, as it is in other countries of the world. It was war.
On page 9 in the English language of this statement, you said, quote, "The fact was there was no power or authority of the Serbs in place, and we had the mandate of the people to prevent anarchy, and we were following the orders of the General Staff and the Zone Command. In arranging for people to attend and then detaining those persons, we were acting according to the evaluation and decisions of the General Staff, not pursuant to any particular written rules," unquote. Do you recall giving that evidence?
Paul?
Yes.
The General Staff communicate the orders to you to arrest and detain those individuals?
We did not have, or rather, I did not see a decision for detention. I learned about that later. The reality is that the General Staff had communique number 53 on detention of persons who posed a risk. It is referring to the Albanian militia that was being recruited, and we undertook prevention measures because in Dečan and Jakova municipalities such a body was being created by the Serbian police and authorities in those municipalities. That is armed forces that would fight against the KLA. So this was in Communique 53 of the General Staff, and that's why we refer to it in general terms to offer security both to the KLA military structures and the civilians in that area.
Detaining suspected collaborators, am I at La Pastita and other locations in the LAP operational zone? Am I right in understanding that you believed you were acting in accordance with the instructions of the General Staff?
We undertook measures. We didn't have a strict order to refer to, and we acted under the discretion of lab operational zone with the intention to prevent any negative consequences, in the sense that these collaborators do not become subject of attacks by the civilians where they lived. I think that what we did was fair and just, because in such a way we managed to prevent such consequences, as I said, in the absence of military courts at the time.
The court officer, please, to bring up P225. If you move on to about the 4th page of this, Mr. Court Officer. Oh, sorry. Sorry, excuse me. You can, yes, about the 4th page in the English and Albanian. That one will do perfectly. Now, I'm just taking this example, Mr. Witness. In the decision section of this document, dated the 31st of an unclear date, 1999, it says, it refers to the detention of this person for the criminal offence, quote, of counterfeiting travel documents and collaboration with Serb occupier for material gain and illegal enrichment, unquote. Those are the reasons set out in this document for his detention. Isn't that right?
It wasn't only that, because this person was suspected of collaboration with the authorities of the enemy, counterfeiting travel documents for special purposes. So this was sort of offering citizens travel documents, legal travel documents, and as soon as they did that, they would report this to the police, and then the police would intimidate the citizens for counterfeiting travel documents. So this had consequences for civilians who wanted to leave Kosovo due to the pressure exercised by the Serbs at the time. So this was a collaborator with the Serb occupier who counterfeited documents, offered citizens passports and other personal documents so that they would be able to leave the country, and then report them to the police, and then the citizens would have to suffer the consequences for being in possession of counterfeited documents. As far as I can read this, this is what the document is about.
LAP Operational Zone Command. How would you know that this person had, in fact, participated in counterfeiting travel documents and collaboration with the Serb occupier? What was your source of information for knowing that?
From the family of the victims. This person, say, would offer a counterfeited document and then would report those persons to the police. He would report them as persons in possession of counterfeited documents, but he would not report to the police that he offered those documents to the citizens. So these cases were reported only by the citizens because there were many of them who were reported to the police for possession of counterfeited documents and for wanting to leave the country in the time of war.
In summary, that in detaining a person, the sole evidentiary basis, the sole reason for detaining somebody was because private citizens made a complaint about that person, that you had no structure in place for interview of the detained person to assess whether there was any truth whatsoever behind the allegations brought forth by civilians.
We wanted to put an end to the ill treatment by this person, ill treatment of citizens. We did not have other possibility. This was the only way to put an end to such activity. We wanted to diminish the consequences of such activities. For example, as brigade commander, I undertook measures to prevent hooliganism, stealing, theft, because there was no other police authority or any other authority. It was the area of our responsibility, and we had to in a way prevent negative consequences. If we had the police, the military or civilian courts, we would have acted differently. This was what we could do in the circumstances prevailing at the time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Scully, any follow-up questions?
More clarification, Your Honor, thank you, of the record. Witness, in answering to Judge Gaynor's questions today at page 87, line 22, I believe a name was not recorded properly. You were asked about who reported to Mr. Latif Gashi, and your answer is recorded at line 22. He had the deputy, Idret Allah, Isri Allah, who I can see. He was killed in December 1998. Can you please repeat the name for the record?
Husri Talla. I thought it was improved once, but it appears to have happened again. Husri Talla.
Thaçi defense? No questions?
Yes, Mr. President. No, I have questions, yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, I have some questions for you based on the questions that the judges asked you. And first, I'd like to take you to a question that was posed to you by Judge Bartha at transcript page 53, line 22. And the question that was asked of you was, are you aware of a case where Commander Remy released or pardoned a person against the express will of the General Staff? And your answer was, and my question to you to follow up is, are you aware of a case where the General Staff expressed its will to Commander Remy on the arrest or release of any person?
So, in respect of the General Staff, it was the Zone Commander Remy who was in charge, so I cannot specifically state what decision would have arrived with respect to your question.
Witness, we don't have a lot of time left. Try to listen to the question. That calls for a yes or no answer. Try to answer just the question that's asked. Go ahead, Mr. Misetich.
Yes, thank you. And sorry, let me repeat the question then. My question was simply, are you aware of a case where the General Staff expressed its will to Commander Remy on the arrest or release of any person?
No, I am not.
Thank you. Now, turning to questions asked of you by Judge Matreau, beginning at transcript page 70. You were talking about how the structure or model that you used to set up the zone came from the General Staff. As part of this structure or model that you used, but was modified for your needs and the specificities in the LAP zone. You said that this was transmitted to you in the form of a reference document, and then Judge Matreau suggested to you that you had told the SPO at part 4, pages 9 to 10 in English, that as part of this model or structure was the creation of detention facilities. And I'd like to read to you what you told the SPO. So could we please have on the screen P1755.4, page 9, beginning at line 12, and in Albanian on page 8, starting at line 18. Do we have it on the screen? Okay. Let me read to you what you actually said. The question was, shortly before or a long time, well, let me ask the question again. Was the detention site in La Paștiță, was it set up in response to that general staff order? Your answer was, I believe so. It should be after the war. Question, yes, but was the detention center established because the general staff had ordered that it should be so? Your answer is, I could only presume here, but it could be possible because no one, Remy or whoever, could take a decision without having an order in place. Question, the detainees that were held in La Paștiță, could they have been detained without an order of the general staff? I believe no, except for cases like extraordinary examples like Stankovic, like Fadel, or the soldier I arrested, except these cases. So when we talk about a detention center, it's logical to think that that would follow an order to establish such a detention center. Do you see that?
Paul.
Yes.
Your testimony there, you were saying that you were only presuming this to be the case and that these were your deductions based on what you thought was logical. Is that correct?
Correct. It is my assumption, and that is what I have told the prosecutor, given that I had no such information. As I said, that fell within the remit of the commander of the Lab Operational Zone, the issue of the detention center, that is. So I'm not aware of the communications between the commander of the zone and the general staff, Commander Remy, that is. So that is the reason why I have said that I assume and I am unable to confirm.
Okay. Then am I correct that you have no firsthand knowledge that any such order to set up detention facilities had come from the general staff?
Ja, no comment.
Now, you told Judge Matro that what you had seen coming from the general staff was a, quote, reference document, close quote, on the structure or model to set up the lap zone. Now, if you can only speculate about whether the general staff had ordered the setup of detention facilities, am I correct that that means that there was no such instruction in the reference document that you mentioned to Judge Matro?
Ja, no capaz.
There wasn't.
Thank you. Now, I'll go back to Judge Matro's questions, but on a related topic, you again mentioned Communique 53 in a response to Judge Gaynor. And I'd like to take you now to P1775.7 at page 24 in the English and in the Albanian on page 19, beginning at line 11. And I'd like to show you what you said to the SPO when discussing Communique 53. Okay. Now, beginning at line 21, the one sentence from Communique 53 that's at issue here is read to you. Various punitive actions are being taken against collaborationist elements who continue to serve the occupying rule. Then you're asked, so what punitive actions were being taken against collaborationist elements? Your answer is, we didn't have any examples as such in our zone. Perhaps in, if we turn the page in English, other zones. And witness, if we need to turn the page in Albanian, please let me know. And then you're asked, do you know what's being referenced to there in terms of punitive actions? So what was the KLA General Staff referring to? Your answer in 2019 was, I'm not sure here to what it refers to in terms of what measures, punitive measures, but it does refer to those that were siding with the occupator. And as it cites, the ones that are continuing to serve the occupator and its power and to keep the occupator in power. And then you're asked again, but do you know what punitive actions the General Staff was referring to? And your answer is, I don't think I can assume here. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
19, you told the SPO that you didn't know what that sentence was referring to in terms of punitive measures in Communique 53, correct?
Po.
Correct. That's what I said. The other issue, if you allow me to explain, I spoke earlier about the parallel uniformed militia, which would be created to oppose the Kosovo Liberation Army, which would have been the greatest of perils, and that is what I referred to. We did take preventive actions in this regard. However, it was only in Jakov and Dechon that we had instances of Albanians being co-opted into a parallel militia force, and that is the context within which I offered that explanation.
Yes, but do you accept that by the time Communique 53 was issued, that there were people being detained by the lapse zone in Baigora since at least early August?
Po.
There were.
Now, turning your attention to three documents that were put to you by Judge Matro, and these would be P885, P225, and SITF 002-42574. Before I turn to those documents, just as a foundational question, you were Commander Remy's Chief of Staff from December of 1998 through at least April of 1999, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Part of your duties as Chief of Staff, did you have the responsibility to assist in the preparation of documents for Commander Remy's signature?
Po. Kompas.
Yes, I did.
Show you P225, the amnesty of the 31st of December 1998 that Judge Matro showed you earlier. And if we could have that on the screen, please. Okay. Now, witness, this is the document that you discussed with Judge Matro, and I want to disclose to you that Judge Matro showed this same document to Rustam Mustafa, Commander Remy, when he testified here in July of 2023. And at transcript page 5913, lines 5 to 6, he said, meaning Commander Remy said, speaking of this document, quote, "My staff drafted it as we read it, and I had no reason not to sign it. I signed it." Now, you must have been involved as chief of staff in preparing this document for Commander Remy to sign, correct?
Ja.
No, not. I was not involved in this document. Someone else, possibly the military police, would have submitted this proposal. No, it wasn't me.
Okay. Well, the first paragraph mentions the KLA rules and regulations, general staff communiques, civilian administration rules and regulations. But it doesn't specify any specific KLA rule or regulation, does it?
Ja.
Doesn't.
Any specific general staff communique which encouraged the zones to release detainees, correct?
Correct. There is only mention here of general staff communiques, but not one in particular.
Would standard practice in drafting such documents have been for the person drafting the document to be very specific about the provisions he or she was relying on to issue an order?
Do you mean with respect to this document? Certainly, yes.
Yes, exactly. So you were not shown any particular communiques that encouraged zones to release detainees. Are you familiar with any such communique that encouraged the zones to release detainees?
Your Honor's objection, the witness said he wasn't involved in the drafting of this document.
He asked a broader question than that. Your objection's overruled. You may answer. You may answer the question.
Apart from this one, we had the public declaration number 2, which in a manner of speaking sets out the need to observe the international conventions, the communique or declaration of the 2nd of April 1998, which can be taken as a point of reference for the issue at hand.
Okay, so other than a communique that was issued in April of 1998, well before anybody, to your knowledge, had been detained in the lab zone, you're not familiar with any communiques around the time of December of 1998 to release detainees by the general staff, correct?
This happened later. I did not see that in the course of the war. I did see it after the war. And I'm referring to that communique. I did not have that in my possession during the war. I only saw it afterwards.
You're talking about the communique of 2 April 1998?
Ja, publiceerd.
No, not that one. That was public even then. But I'm referring to what you're mentioning, the document that has to do with the release of some people and the involvement of the general staff that you're mentioning.
I showed you on cross-examination an order that had been issued by Bislam Zarapi to the zones, and it was 1D29, and you had also seen it from the prosecution. It's fair, is it not, that by the time of this document, Mr. Zarapi and the general staff knew how to issue orders to the zones, correct? if Mr. Zarapi and the general staff wanted to issue an order to the zones to release detainees, they didn't need to communicate through communiques with the zone command, correct?
Yes, that was one way of doing things. I cannot prejudge the communications between the zone command and the general staff. Their meetings were so rare, so reference to the communiques of the time would have been made, whilst other orders and things were orders and such things were stuff that I saw only after the war, not during.
Please put on the screen P885 in English and P150 in Albanian. This is the document of 17 January 1999 that you were shown by Judge Matro, and we'll wait for the Albanian version. And now you see it. This one begins, based on the political declarations of the General Staff of the KLA. And again, Mr. Ibishi, I'll put to you that Mr. Mustafa told the trial panel at transcript page 5914, line 11, quote, "I have signed these documents as provided by my staff," close quote. Now, were you involved as chief of staff in preparing this document?
As I said earlier, no. I was not. No, I was not.
The document does not identify any particular political declaration of the General Staff, does it?
No, it doesn't. In the other one mentioned communiques, this one mentions political declarations. So this refers to political declarations. The prior examples had communiques. And given that I had no role in drafting this document, all I can see is the references that are visible. The first one referred to communiques, whilst this one points to political declarations.
Question is the previous document. Are you familiar with any political declarations from the General Staff which discuss the release of detainees?
I don't have it here. We heard it at the time, but I saw such a decision after the war. In fact, it does not mention an amnesty, but it talks about measures to be taken at the level of a brigade level, so that there would be no abuse allowed. But I am unable to refer to a specific political declaration or communique in relation to this matter.
You can't identify any particular one, and did I understand you correctly? You're talking about something you saw after the war?
I did not see them during the war, these decisions during the war. I saw them afterwards.
Could please have on the screen SITF 002-42574, please. Okay, witness, on the screen, you see the document that you discussed with Judge Matro. This one starts, again, with a slight difference. It says, based on the political memorandums of the General Staff, the internal regulations of the KLA, the regulation on the civil administration. Again, it doesn't specify any particular political memoranda, does it?
It's a conversion anglisht for us sold.
I have the English version in front of me, but that is what I am led to understand, yes.
And are you aware of any political memoranda issued by the General Staff relating to the issue of detainees?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon?
Thank you, Your Honours. Mr. Abishi, just a few matters arising. First of all, you were asked by Judge Metro at page 59, line 8, about certain matters in relation to the application of international humanitarian law. And just one matter that I wanted to check with you was you mentioned Article 87 of Additional Protocol 2. Did you in fact mean Article 87 of Additional Protocol 1?
If I remember correctly, it is the second additional protocol that has to do with domestic conflicts, even though the war in Kosovo was double or two-pronged. It was a domestic conflict as well as an international conference because of the involvement of international forces. And I refer to Protocol number 2 in Article 87, which I think has to do with an internal conflict.
Protocol 2 does deal with internal conflicts, but are you aware that Article 87 of Additional Protocol 1 deals with the duty of commanders? Is that what you had in mind, the duties of commanders in times of armed conflict?
From what I recall, my reference was to the second additional protocol. Maybe the articles coincide. I referred to 75, which has to do with the detention of persons, and 87 has the obligations of commanders vis-à-vis detainees, with respect to the accountability, that is.
Well, can I move on to a question that was asked by Judge Bartle, and that was at page 48, line 8 and onwards. You were asked about the intelligence being involved with the civilian defense in identifying collaborators. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
To take you to a section of your SPO interview on this very subject. I'm going to read it out to you and then ask you just a few questions about it. You were asked, and here reference was being made to Mr. Gashi, who we've heard about today. The question was put like this.
Sorry to interrupt. Can we please have a reference?
Yes, sorry, I apologize. It's P 1755 part 3, and it's from page 17, line 25 onwards, is the relevant section. The question was, as the head of intelligence service for the zone, did that mean he was responsible for gathering intelligence? And your answer is yes. Did that mean he'd have any intelligence on the enemy? Your answer was yes. Did it also include those who could be assisting the enemy? you then said, what do you have in mind? And the SPO said, well, civilians who were also assisting the enemy, disloyal civilians assisting the enemy. And your answer was, but it could have been, yes. That wasn't his role. His role and the agenda there was to gather information that consisted in enemy points, enemy strategy, and information that was valuable in that respect. That was counterintelligence to use for purposes. You were then asked, so this is a question again, but did someone have to gather intelligence on citizens who were assisting or who it was believed were assisting the enemy? And your answer was, I don't think we had the capacity at the time to bring the structure to such levels or to stretch to such a degree. It was impossible. Do you recall saying that to the SPO?
Paul.
Yes.
I want to ask you, when you say that you don't think you had the capacity, is that because, as you've referred to previously, you had limited resources in this area, firstly. Secondly, there was a lack of training in intelligence. Thirdly, that Mr. Gashi was performing a multiplicity of tasks. And fourthly, that there were countless military battles and actions that were being undertaken. So four reasons that you've previously mentioned. Is that what you mean here when you say you don't think we had the capacity at the time?
Yes, that is why we did not have the capacities. We did have knowledge of collaboration, but all of this derived from the information we were receiving from the civilian defense and they from civilians. In this aspect, what you mentioned and what I'm repeating, this is what the reality was and what happened.
Yes, that's what I want to ask you about, the actual reality on the ground at the time in the conflict that you were facing.
Sorry, Your Honor, objection. This goes beyond the judge's questions.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm simply asking about the capacity to deal with the alleged collaborator issue. That was a question that was asked by the judge. Was intelligence involved in this? And I'm asking, well, were they?
All right, in a very limited way. If you want to ask that question, you may, but it's close to being irrelevant.
Well, I'm just asking about the resources. Okay, if you can answer the question, all I was doing was introducing it by saying that given the realities at the time, when you talk about the resources you had available, you mentioned in your brigade, the 151 brigade, that there was an intelligence unit. That unit really only consisted of one person, didn't it? Mr. Rahimi, that you've given evidence about.
Oh, it's only a person.
Yes, only one person.
I'm going to now go on to a topic that was asked of you by Judge Metro in relation to the interim regulations that came from the KLA General Staff, and that was at page 65, line 18 onwards, and it was in relation to P163. Judge Metro mentioned that particular exhibit. You weren't sure, you said, when you had received those interim regulations. Is that right?
I'm not. That's right.
I just want to try and get the chronology of this in place, because certain questions were then asked about documents with certain dates. You know that Commander Remy gave testimony here at the court. He said, and his evidence was live, so this is not a P number, but the ERN for those following is 082894, part 2, and it's at line 10 onwards. He was asked to summarize when he thought the regulations came into his possession, and he said it was not until about November, December 1998. Would that be a date that helped you recall when you may have seen them or when they may have been circulating in your zone?
As I said earlier, I cannot refer with certainty and precision in terms of time to these regulations, interim regulations from the General Staff. As I said, we had our regulations, provisional ones that we used until we would receive those from the General Staff. This was my answer.
Thank you. If you can't go further with the dates, then I'll just ask one other question about this, which came from Commander Remy's evidence as well, and this was over the page at line 10 onwards. He said that you in the zone were trying to implement these, but I'm telling you that the war found us still trying to consolidate without having achieved it. We had better fortune than we thought we would. I just want to ask, were you able to put these provisional regulations in some practical form, in reality, or how far could you take it?
Objection, Your Honor. This also goes beyond the judge's questions.
Same thing. That wasn't discussed by the judges.
Yeah, it was just that the regulations were looked at as the basis, allegedly, for certain things to take place. And I'm trying to explore whether or not they were, in fact, operating and able to be implemented.
This is for questions that came up as a result of the judge's questions.
Very well, Your Honor. That is the evidence of Commander Remy, so I won't take it any further. I will move on to my final few issues, and that is, Mr. Abishi, in relation to a question that was put to you by Judge Gaynor, and that was at page 88, line 12 onwards, where you were asked about, in his words, the ZKZ and the reporting structures in relation to the 151 Brigade and within the zone. And you gave this answer, just to remind you, and so we are orientated. Routinely, Mr. Sabat would report to the brigade commander, whereas at particular moments where issues of major importance for the zone were concerned, he would report to the chief of the sector. And that is why I'm saying there was a two-pronged approach. Do you remember giving that evidence?
Cool.
Yes.
Ask you to draw on what was happening in reality, where when you say routinely Mr. Sabat would report to the brigade commander, do you mean that was the norm, that would happen on a regular, let's say, if this is correct, daily basis?
That's correct, because it was part of the brigade structure.
Yes, and then you say at particular moments where issues of major importance arose. Would that be on rare occasions that he would then make contact with the chief of the sector? Is that right?
Not rare, of course. It depended on the information, whether it was of particular interest for the zone.
Yes, and what kind of information are we talking about here? Is this information in relation to the Serbian forces and attacks and advances that are being made? Is that right?
Yes, everything that had directly to do with the movements and the positioning of Serb forces and the intentions of the Serb police, military and paramilitary forces and intelligence services.
Finally, also in relation to a question that Judge Gaynor was raising at page 87, he was referring to this abbreviation ZKZ. You gave evidence earlier that you hadn't heard of that abbreviation until after the war. What I wanted to confirm is whether the intelligence units, both at the brigade or zone level, were ever referred to as the ZKZ while you were there in the zone.
I mentioned it earlier. At zone level, what was used was the informative service section. As to ZKZ, it was not used that often at the time.
Mr. Vichy, Your Honour, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Mr. Roberts, anything?
Nothing from me, Your Honour. Thank you.
No questions from me, Your Honour.
Your testimony is completed. You are free to leave the courtroom. You have no further obligation to the court. We appreciate your attendance and, as I said earlier, your patience. Thank you for being with us, and we wish you well in the future. The court attendant will escort you out.
Thank you.
Thank you all, and especially thank you to the translators for staying a bit later for us. It was important this witness couldn't come back later, so for a while. Thank you all. We are adjourned until Monday at 9 a.m.
All rise.